Good evening. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:34 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Chapter 551, this meeting is officially open with the quorum present. We will now move to our pledge, vision, and mission statements, which will be led tonight by Polytechnic High School JROTC cadets. I will turn it over to Cesar Padilla.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now for the Texas Pledge. Honors the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
And now the Forward ISD vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning.
And now the Forward ISD mission, preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership.
All right, now we're going to move over recognitions at this time. Good evening, President Martinez, Superintendent Dr. Karen Molinar, and trustees. Tonight, we have the incredible honor of celebrating 19 outstanding groups who exemplify the very best of our district's talent, dedication, and spirit. At this time, I invite our trustees to come down and personally greet our guests who make our district shine. We ask you to hold all the audience your applause until the end of each group so that way we can hear each student's names as we recognize them. Read the coach names. Okay. First up, let's welcome our fantastic readers from the Polytechnic High School JROTC. These exceptional students cadets represent the future leaders of tomorrow and embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that makes the JROTC program so vital. So let's show our appreciation for Cadet Miranda Guillen, Cadet Susan Rizzo, Cadet Ray Gamez, and Cadet Julia Garcia Santiago. The program is led by the retired Sergeant First Class Carlos Paniagua and Polytechnic Teacher of the Year Senior Army Instructor Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Canarriato. Next up, we have Dunbar High School students Luis Beltran and Logan Case, who have made school history by qualifying for the CX State Meet 3 years in a row and advanced to the octafinals, earning a finalist medal this year. Additionally, Graciela de Leon and Sofia Patlan have qualified for the CX State Meet for the first time. The team was led by Coach Rina Nakamoto. So tonight joining us from this extraordinary team are Luis Beltran, Logan Case, Graciela de Leon, and Sofia Patlan. Congratulations. Next up, please welcome the Arlington Heights High School UIL CX Debate State Qualifiers. Sarah Walters has qualified for the CX State Meet 2 years in a row, and Finlay Belk, Chastain Crump, and Emily Mendoza have qualified for the CX State Meet for the first time. Here with us tonight is our coach, Mark Denton, as well, and we're delighted to have these talented debaters with us tonight. Let's show some appreciation for these amazing students. Next up, we have Avery Glanzer, who represented Fort Worth ISD and Benbrook Middle High School at the 4A UIL State Golf Tournament. Avery shot back-to-back 71s to win the individual gold medal, winning by 5 strokes over the nearest competitor. Join us tonight, it's our amazing UIL Golf State champion, Avery Glanzer, and coach Stacy Marquez. Next, we are proud to celebrate Carter Carroll for an incredible year on the court and historic achievement for Pascal tennis. Carter qualified for the UIL State Tennis Tournament, becoming Pascal's first state qualifier since 2016, and finished as one of the top 8 singles players in the state. Here with us tonight, Coach Martinez Reyes and Carter Carroll. Next, please welcome the exceptional student athletes from the Dunbar High School track and field team. These hardworking students qualified for the state track meet and brought home medals, including a gold. Please join me in congratulating Jaden Brooks, a junior, boys triple jump, 7th place, Region 148 boys triple jump champion, Trinity Bracio Davis, junior girls 100-meter dash, gold medalists and state champions, and Kalani Lawson, a senior 100-meter hurdles, continuing her education and track career with an athletic scholarship to Florida State University. And we also have tonight Coach Matthews. Moving on, please join me in congratulating Eastern Hills track and field senior Jordan Talley and also coach Jeffrey Duffy, who finished in the 4th place in the girls 400-meter dash at the state track meet. Oh. Yeah. Next, we celebrate the Arlington Heights track team that competed at the state meet. These incredible student athletes are an example of hard work and dedication for the district. Please join me in congratulating Jayla Harris, a senior who placed 8th in the 100-meter dash and who will continue her academic and athletic journey at UT El Paso. And now, let's give it up also for Justin Stewart, a junior at Arlington Heights, who brought home not one, but 2 medals from the state meet. Justin is your 100-meter dash gold medalist and state champion, and he also earned silver in the 200-meter dash. Congratulations. Also here with us tonight is Coach Aaron Mohammed. And now we honor the South Hills High School track student athlete who competed at the state meet. Senior Kennedy Haynes, who placed second in the girls discussed at the state meet. Kennedy will continue both her education and track career at Texas Southern University. She is proudly coached by Donna Warner. Congratulations, Kennedy. Comfortable, or you want me to read it? I can do it. Are you sure? I can do it. I don't mind. This one. Yep. Yep.
There's 2 coaches here, Coach Brown and Coach Jones.
Coach Brown, Coach what?
Coach Brown. Brown and Coach John.
John? Yep. Next, we shine the spotlight on the incredible young women of the O.D. Wyatt track team, who represented their school with pride at the state meet. Their determination and talent are a true reflection of excellence in athletics. Please join me in congratulating Erica Wyatt, Trinity Mitchell, Taylor Torrey, Nia Tremmel, who finished 5th place in the girls' 400-meter relay, Alisa Smith, who finished 5th place in the girls' shot put, and Nia Trammell also placed 6th in the girls' 400-meter dash. And although she qualified for the 200-meter dash, she was unable to compete due to injury. Nia has signed also with Texas A&M University to continue her stellar track career. These outstanding athletes are coached by Tanisha Brown and Coach Johns. Next, congratulations to the Pascal High School Lady Panthers, who have made school history by capturing their 2nd consecutive Fort Worth ISD Flag Football Championship. Under the leadership of head coach Jonathan Potts and the dedicated guidance of assistant coach Richard Parker, their strategic coaching and commitment to excellence have been instrumental in the team's continued success. Please welcome head coach Jonathan as he introduces these young women who represent Pascal High School and our district with such distinction.
Tonight we got Addison Hinckley, Annie Parsons, Charlotte Swigger, Finley Haygood, and then Alexis Matias and Coach Richard Parker.
Next, with an impressive 2024-25 season record of 18-10, help us recognize from Benbrook Middle High School softball district champions for the 6th year in a row. This unstoppable force is led by our Coach of the Year, Emily McClellan, who will present her phenomenal team.
First, we have District MVP Steely Lindley. First Team All-District Cam Bentley. First Team All-District Maddie Davila. Our Defensive MVP of the district, Maylee Lindley. Second Team, Kaylee Boswell. First Team, Nat Muskies. Utility Player of the District, Maya Vasquez. First Team All-District, Juliana Lucero. Madison, Canada. And Second Team All-District, Clarissa Lomas.
Moving on, we have also with a phenomenal 2024-25 season overall record of 15-9 and an undefeated district record of 12-0. Let's welcome our Pascal High School softball team district champions. This unstoppable team has swept the awards: Coaching Staff of the Year, Pitcher of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, and Catcher of the Year. Led by head coach Sarah Doki Reyes and assistants Jeff Johnson, Amber Young, and athletic trainer Jessica Wicker. I'll pass along the mic to Coach Jeff Johnson, who will introduce her team.
All District Honorable Mention, Adelaide Childs. Catcher of the Year, Alexandra Vasquez. First Team All District, Angela Cisneros. Honorable Mention All District, Azalia Diaz. Defensive MVP, Sadie's Martinez. Dalia Benitez. First Team All District, Jaden Iarizo. First Team All District, Caitlin Turan. Marissa Patino. Second Team All District, Melanie Patino. Second Team All District, Mia Caratero. Second Team All District, Victoria Holtgren. That's good.
Coach Stewart? Awesome. Okay. Next, with an incredible 14-7 overall record, our Lady Scorpions are blasting trails across the district. This powerhouse team has dominated with multiple awards: District 7-5A Offensive Player of the Year, District 7-5A Newcomer of the Year, District 7-5A Utility Player of the Year, and by district champions for the first time in school history. Head coach Drew proudly presents his championship squad.
We got Mia Dean. We got First Team All District Mariah Dean. Our District 7-5A Newcomer of the Year, Miley Gonzalez. Our District 7-5A Offensive Player of the Year, Natalie Diohosa. First Team All District, Caitlin Lopez. Second Team All District, Valeria Perales. And Emma Serrano. Thank you.
Travis, okay. Next up, we have the Benbrook Bobcats. Baseball delivered a remarkable season of dominance, compiling an extraordinary 25-7 record that featured a perfect 12-0 district season. This exceptional performance earned the Bobcats a prestigious ranking of number 6 in the state as they enter playoff competition. Under the guidance of head coach Justin Chavez and the dedicated leadership of assistant coaches Bradley Donard, Colin Black, and JP Rubalcaba, the Bobcats demonstrating exceptional skill, determination, and outstanding impressive run. Please welcome head coach Travis Rose to proudly recognize the following team members for their contributions to this successful season.
Okay, first off, we're going to start with First Team All District, Cade Cross. First team All-District Lucas Jackson. First team All-District Tanner Madar. Offensive Player of the Year Sebastian Martinez. Defensive Player of the Year Giuliano Martinez. MVP Ethan Smith. Second team All-District Evan Smith. Pitcher of the Year Jack Stockton. Second team pitcher Daniel Stafader. Honorable mention Kel Taberni. Assistant coaches JP Rubicaba and Colin Black.
Next up, we have the Pascal baseball team completed an outstanding season with an impressive 2013 record, highlighted by their victory over Burleson in the bi-district UIL playoffs. Under the exceptional leadership of head coach Clint Dunham, the Panthers demonstrated remarkable resilience, teamwork, and athletic excellence throughout their season. Please welcome head coach Clint Dunham to proudly recognize the following team members.
A few guys here this evening to represent Pascal High School. All are all-district recipients. The first one is second team all-district pitcher Jackson Dyer. First team all-district designated hitter Cookie Girard. Second team all-district shortstop Sebastian Perilla. Pitcher of the year Owen Settle. And just left for a clap out for theater, Alex Miller.
Now moving on to the Arlington Heights Yellow Jackets, who also dominated this season, powering their way to an exceptional 24-11-1 overall record and an impressive 11-1 district showing. Under the leadership of head coach Travis Rose, the team showcased remarkable talent and determination throughout their season. Please welcome head coach Travis Rose to proudly recognize the following team members for their contributions to this successful season.
We'll start with junior Juan Soto, senior JJ Villagran, sophomore manager Connor Freeman, first team all-district first baseman senior Bertine Rubio, first team academic all-state Samuel Rodriguez, senior, two-time starting lost his senior to an injury, senior Scooter New, two-time defensive district player of the year, senior Noah Castillo, senior Jonathan Schreck, first team all-district outfielder, senior Bryson Tenorio, all-district second baseman, junior Adrian Reyes.
There's so many recognitions, we're almost there. Now I would like to introduce the Assistant Director of Athletics, Dr. Troy Bell, who will present all Fort ISD middle school and high school scholar athletes.
The format will be, I will call the school name, then the female scholar athlete, her GPA in sport, followed by the male scholar athlete, his GPA in sport. First up is Daggett Middle School. Nathalie Reyes, GPA 3.9, sport, cross country, volleyball, basketball, and soccer. Eric Sanchez, 3.9 GPA, cross country, track and field, and soccer. JP Elder, Carla Garcia Lugo, 4.0, track and field and soccer. Dante Ovalle, 3.7, football. Forest Oak, Anicia Smith, 3.9 GPA, volleyball and basketball. Okoye Stewart, 3.6, football, basketball, track and field. William James, Juliana Saldivar, 4.0, volleyball. Kalen Abdul Alim, 3.8, football, basketball, track and field. Kirkpatrick Isabella Perez, 3.9, GPA, volleyball, basketball, track and field. Aldo Cardenas, 4.0, football and basketball. McLean Averly Johnson, 4.0, volleyball, cheer, and soccer. Charles Campbell, 4.0, football and basketball. Meacham Ariana Roa, 3.9, GPA, volleyball, basketball, track and field, and soccer. Juan Vital, 3.9, cross country, track and field, and soccer. Meadowbrook Kalia Cooper, 4.0, volleyball. Matthew Morales, 3.8, cross country and soccer. Monig Abigail Sherrill, 3.9 GPA, cross country, volleyball, basketball, and track. Peter Luzalo, 3.9, basketball, track and field. Morningside Peyton King, 3.6, volleyball, basketball, track, field, and soccer. James Tarkington, 3.0, football and basketball. Riverside Inali Portillo Chavez, 3.8, volleyball, basketball, track, field, and soccer. Aiden Chance, 3.7, football, basketball, track, and field. Rosemont Camila Garcia Mendoza, 4.0, volleyball, track and field, and soccer. Nathan Luna Martinez, 4.0, football, basketball, track and field. Stripling McKinley Summers, 4.2, volleyball, basketball, track and field, and soccer. Thomas Chamont, 4.3, football, basketball, track and field, and soccer. JK Sherelle Harris, 3.9, basketball. Calvin Bowdy, 3.8, football, basketball, track and field. Wedgwood Tita Richardson, 4.0, volleyball, track and field, and soccer. Matthias Robinson, 4.0, football, track and field, and soccer. Leonard Kiana Mosley, 3.7, volleyball, basketball, track and field. Jacob Castaneda, 3.7, football. McClung Nevea Reed, 3.7, soccer. Alonso Salas, 3.3, soccer. Benbrook Eleanor Vasquez, 4.0, volleyball, track and field, and soccer. Braden King, 4.0, football, basketball, track and field. Young Women's Leadership Academy, Eleanor Egerbrecht, 4.0, volleyball, basketball, and soccer. Young Men's Leadership Academy, August Bierbaum, 4.5 GPA, cross country, basketball, soccer, and track and field. That concludes the middle school scholar athletes. Same format with the high school. Carter Riverside, Delana Smith, 4.5 GPA, flag football. Mateo Chacon, 4.1, football, track and field. Arlington Heights, Catherine Gibson, 4.8, cheer. Nicholas Morales, 4.9, cheer, cross country, and track and field. South Hills, Hallie Hart, 4.6, wrestling. Louis Sanson, 4.1, football. Diamond Hill Jarvis, Liliana Ramos, 4.4, cross country, volleyball, soccer, and powerlifting. Luis Martinez, 4.1, cross country and soccer. Dunbar, Sanaya Harmon, 4.3, track and field and softball. Kingston Clark, 4.0, football and track and field. Eastern Hills, Kaylani Campson, 4.3, volleyball, tennis, softball, and flag football. Messiah Miller, cross country, basketball, track and field. Northside, Jacqueline Vindell, 4.5 GPA, cross country and track and field. Joseph Olufade, 4.5 basketball. Polytechnic, Sarah Rojas Uribe, 4.3 drill team. Cody Manning, 3.5 football, track and field, and powerlifting. Pascal, Charlotte Patty, 5.0 soccer. Daniel Sassano, 4.9 football and wrestling. Trimble Tech, Alexa Macias, 4.4 softball. Jose Hernandez, 4.6 soccer. Southwest, Janiyah Odom, 4.1 basketball, softball, flag football. Zachary Kotara, 4.7 track and field. Western Hills, Candace Ndiki Lua Ingwe. I practice all week for that name. 4.8 volleyball, soccer, and flag football. Diego Flores Martinez, 4.3 swimming. Odie Wyatt, Priscilla Chimba, 4.2, volleyball, basketball, tennis. Lindell McCurran, 4.1, football and wrestling. Benbrook, Bella Aranda, 4.7 GPA, cross country and track and field. Jack Roberts, 4.5 GPA, football, soccer, and golf. Young Women's Leadership Academy, Kathleen Van Geen, 4.7, cross country, volleyball, and track and field. Young Men's Leadership Academy, Christopher Nie. 4.4, track and field. That concludes the high school scholar athletes.
It's truly amazing to see how many of our Fort ISD students are just doing amazing things, and that's many things that Fort ISD can brag about. And that concludes our tonight's recognitions, and we're now gonna do a recess for pictures.
Thank you for your patience. I do want to acknowledge that Trustee Wallace Bridges is joining us virtually via Zoom tonight. And at this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. Tonight, no presentation may exceed 2 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, please approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins speaking, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker tonight is Ashley Dean, followed by Amanda Ine.
Good evening. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Briscoe Elementary. I've been in the district for 14 years, 6 at Briscoe. I'm a math teacher and I understand percentages. However, I don't understand where the percentages came from for the condition of our building. What criteria were considered? Visitors to Briscoe often ask if the building is new. When it's hot outside, it's cool inside. When it's cold outside, we're warm inside. When it's raining, we stay dry. Our floors shine not only on the first day of school, but also the last. I don't know of too many buildings in the district that can say that. It's one of the nicer buildings I've been in throughout our district. While the surrounding area may lack commercial attractions or upscale parks, it's rich in history and community. We may not have trendy destinations, but we have something more valuable at Briscoe, a deep-rooted connection to the historic Morningside. Last week, Dr. Molinar spoke about expanding the district's applied learning programs. Rather than closing Briscoe and possibly selling a very nice building to a charter, I propose we transform it into the Edward J. Briscoe Applied Learning Academy, a school that draws families in, not just for academics, but also innovation and community impact. Applied learning would give our students the opportunity to engage in meaningful, hands-on projects that address real issues in their neighborhood, such as economic development and civic engagement. Imagine the transformation that could occur. Our school is named after Edward J. Briscoe, a former district principal and educator. What better way to honor his legacy than by allowing his namesake school to lead a new chapter of innovation and excellence in historic Morningside? Let's work together to change the narrative of the 76104 area. Let's work together for change that will have a lasting impact on the community for decades to come.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Ine, followed by Donald Wilson.
Good evening, President Martinez, Board, and Dr. Molinar. One of our board members seems to have role confusion. Right now, we need to be working on student outcomes and not being involving ourselves in the hiring process of principals. 2 days before Election Day, I found out that our current board member in District 1 and her cousin, who's the outgoing principal, was trying to push a candidate into place. I advocated for a committee like Pascal and TABS has. I was told that the site-based committee would take over. I found out that the site-based committee, the teachers had not been electing their representation since 2019. They were being hand-selected by the principal. I advocated again for a solid fit committee. I have since learned that the fit committee was stacked with hand-chosen people from the principal. The individual that was originally being pushed for that role is telling people on his current campus that he has the job in the bag. The same board member, Camille Rodriguez, is the one who had the gavel in one hand and Ramsey's purse in the other when they promised the board that they would not get in trouble for if they were to merger Glencrest into Forest Oak, that TEA would not come. We have been reading in the news, the newspaper, and on the news, TEA is coming. Now we have 8 more schools that once the 24-25 scores hit and they are underperforming, TEA is coming again, probably harder. Now, this good old boy system and forward the ISD is exactly what got us where we are today in this current condition. It has to stop. It cannot be no longer about getting my friends and family a job. It has to be about our kids and their well-being. Thank you.
Donald Wilson, followed by Ramiro Ariella.
Good evening. When I first came before you the last time, I spoke to you about the area that was surrounding the Edward J. Briscoe Elementary School. You have new communities that are growing up and rising in that area. I also talked to you about the walkers. And someone came out to check and see just how far they had to walk. But I heard something else the other day. I heard that you were basing it upon the condition of the school. That's kind of strange, because the conditions of the schools that are surrounding Briscoe, well, those schools were built in 1950, 1960. 1970, and then with Briscoe being built in 1980. It's kind of strange that you would say the newest school needed to be shut down, while all of the other schools that were older are in fact being kept open. And now you plan on moving other students into those schools. This is a problem to me. I find it a problem because if you move students into those schools, that means you're going to put portables. It means you're going to put other things that are there. When you have Briscoe that you could add to with volume around it to build up around it. That Ms. Dean said a leadership academy, something of that nature, a super school, why not? You got a lot of area to build. You can make that school what it's supposed to be, something that the community can come to and trust Fort Worth ISD to educate their students. Doesn't that make more sense? That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
Romero Ariola, followed by Jerry Tracy. Romero, followed by Jerry Tracy.
Good evening, board members and guests and families and parents. My name is Ramiro Ariola. I'm with the American Legion Post 569, located at 400 West Felix Street. We're in South Fort Worth off of 35 in Felix. You know, it's sad to see that we're closing some of those schools due to lack of attendance or maybe deterioration of the building. I know that 3 years ago, we were trying to close on Dillo, and our American Legion Post, who at that time had a female commander, out of her own pocket, walked in. We walked in with the school. We bought 47 flags for 47 classrooms so that to continue to honor our nation's national ensign. Never forget where they came from and to support the community that we hold close to us. But if it's a must due to deterioration, due to a must because lack of attendance or trying to merge schools and consolidate and build a better educational program for our students to carry on our future, because our students are our future. Not just today, but tomorrow, way into the future. I would hope that we have a better plan and well thought out to make this more effective for our communities that we support. We support the middle schools. We do shoe drives. We do coat drives. And like, there's one elementary school, excuse me, Milton Kirkpatrick, Stevens, McLean. I know in the past 5 years, we bought lunches for the teachers. Why? Because you're an asset to us as well. But we hate to see that. But my question is, if you have to close a school and you have to do away with the students that go to that school, what are you going to do with the building? Are you going to sell it? Are you going to sell it for profit? Are you going to just demolish it? Where you have a viable building that could be used for other resources. Okay, so I'm here for you, and my time's up. Maybe it could be used for a veterans program.
Thank you. Thank you. Jerry Tracy. Jerry Tracy's up next, followed by Arsenius Matson. Matson.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar and school board members. It's a pleasure to be with you. I am Jerry Tracy, the Executive Director of Historic Fort Worth, a preservation charity. More importantly, I'm a graduate of Paschal High School and the University of Texas and a former middle school teacher in the Austin and Dallas Independent School Districts. I come tonight as your friend. It is HFW's understanding that you have the option to send the discussion on closing 18 schools back to staff for further review. Historic Fort Worth strongly encourage you to do so and we hope you and your staff will work with a preservation-based consultant at the same time. This is because the Fort Worth ISD owns an enviable collection of significant historic buildings. There are action steps you can take, including historic designation, that will allow you to influence the future of your school building as you realign your inventory. Moreover, the tax credit staff at the Texas Historical Commission can connect the Fort Worth ISD leadership with other school districts that are working to repurpose their historic school buildings through the public-private partnerships. These partnerships include financial benefits for the public schools. We believe more information is needed due to the complex dynamic caused by closing schools. Protecting, partnering, and repurposing these schools will benefit the Fort Worth ISD, the neighborhood, and the city of Fort Worth. And I might add, we're in a repurposed building tonight. This was built as a retail center. Thank you.
Arsenius, Monson, and Rebecca.
Thank you, board members and Dr. Molinar, for having us. Our school has been very successful over the years with the Applied Learning Program. If you chose to help us by moving it over to Bonnie Bray, we could have a much nicer building to learn, grow, and teach in, and we could spread the word of applied learning. The reason RELC's Applied Learning Program should stay open is because I haven't heard of more growth from anyone anywhere other than RELC. For example, a former student from RELC who is now in college and had all AP classes in high school says, "All that I could remember from being at RELC is sitting in a classroom and learning valuable lessons and knowledge that I will need for the rest of my life. The only reason I am here in this position today is because I went to RELC in the first place. So I say that we keep applied learning open."
Thank you. Michael McDermott, followed by Ali Cheka. Up now is Michael McDermott, followed by Ali Cheka, and then Toinisha Lomax.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Michael McDermott, and I am co-director of Historic Preservation in the Fairmount Historic District, and also here in favor of keeping De Zavala Elementary open. You should have a document like this that was passed out to you. Do you have that on your desk? This talks about some of the history of the school, which I'm here to talk about. De Zavala started out as a two-room schoolhouse in 1892. It's probably the oldest continually operating school in all of Fort Worth at this point. In 1905, the original building was built, and in 1914, that building came down. So there were two buildings you can see in one of your pictures there. You can also see the original two-room schoolhouse, and when the 1905 building was built, you can see the two-room schoolhouse off to the far right. It has an amazing history in Fort Worth. You'll see a picture there of, of the Baird family, Mrs. Baird of the bread company. She started her business in Fairmount. Her kids were taught at De Zavala by my aunt, who you'll see on the front page. I have a strong family history there. I did grow up in Arlington Heights. I went to South Highmount and Stripling Middle and Arlington Heights High School, but I've lived in the Fairmount area since 1984. And this school has been very important to us and our neighborhood association, the community, for over 130 years. and it's now an A-rated school, and it's doing really well. And so I, like Ms. Tracy said, I hope you will explore other avenues and keep reassessing this so that maybe we can keep this school open, even if we have to use some of the space for something else in which you could lease even. But it's a great school, and the neighborhood is growing, and we're going to need that school in the next few years. The demographics changing, and it's all younger couples with children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ali Cheka, followed by Tuinisha Lomax. Followed by Deshawn, Mariah, Anaya, and Gabriel Henderson Payne. Do we have Tonisha? Is Tonisha here? Yes, she's here. Okay.
Good evening. I am Toinisha Lomax. I'm a mom, a volunteer, a long-term sub, and also soon to be a certified teacher. As many of us have been made aware, on May 6th, there was an 8th grader in 2nd grade who had a cognitive disability who was sent on a bus home and unfortunately was not dropped off in the right place. And when I think about closing Briscoe, I think that that could be any of our students who are not well-versed in how to ride these buses, especially to neighborhoods that we're not really sure of. They don't know anything about. Let's also think about this aspect. We're gonna have a lot of 3, 4, 5-year-olds coming in who are learning their ABCs, their 1, 2, 3s, are not able to really navigate railroad crossings. For 2 of the schools, they would have to cross that. We are also off of one of the highest corridors for drug and sex trafficking. That could be any of our children, especially walking in neighborhoods where we don't have parents, volunteers, teachers, and staff able to help walk them to and from school as we do right now in Briscoe. And as a mom, this does not sit very well with me. As an educator, this does not sit very well with me. I just ask the board to give Briscoe the resources that they need. Let's not buy up iPads and all this new technology. Let's really give them the resources that we need. Give us 3 years. Let's see Briscoe succeed, because I know that we can, because we soar to higher heights. That's all I'm asking. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Next up, we have a group, I believe, of students. Deshawn, Mariah, and Naya and Gabriel. Are they here? Followed by Cody Souter. Followed by Norma Nasri.
Hi, my name is Anaya Henderson, and I am a student at Edward J. Briscoe. I think Briscoe is one of the best schools, and the teachers are kind and generous, and they buy us Christmas gifts. And my teacher, Miss Angton, helped me get on a higher level in my NWEA test.
Hello, my name is Deshawn Alexander, and I was a former student at Edward J. Briscoe. During the time I was in Briscoe, I really enjoyed my teachers. Not only were they hardworking and kind, but they also helped me to be a better student in the future. They also helped me gain confidence in things that I couldn't help do or that I struggled in subjects like math.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Henderson, and I am also a student at Edward J. Briscoe Elementary. Briscoe's teachers have impacted my life. Ms. Dean and Ms. Liggins, my math and reading teacher, have helped me understand my math, reading, science goals and reach them. My teacher, Ms. Angton, also bought a bike for me out of her own money for reading more than everybody else in my classroom. That's why I think every student should have an opportunity to enjoy Briscoe the way I do. You got it.
Hello guys, I'm Gabriel Payne, Mary Payne. The teacher's writer is really nice and they're really kind and they're really nice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cody Souter, followed by Norma Nasri, followed by Tiffany Revia.
Good evening. My name is Cody Souter, but for the past 2 decades, I've been Coach Souter proudly at Edward J. Briscoe. I've heard you've used the words under enrollment, under capacity to describe our school, but what you see as possibly empty classrooms, we see as methods and opportunities of growth for our children with a gifted and talented lab, a science lab, resources for our community, such as a family resource center and a family market. The word underutilization is actually a business term that could mean and essentially means underfunded, which is what I believe Briscoe has been. Schools such as Briscoe that you consider failing are not failing because of our buildings or our staff. They're failing because of the lack of funding and support we've had from our leaders. School closures can be a blight to our neighborhood because it will decrease the desirability to want to live there. Briscoe is the only elementary school in the country that has a golf facility program and a course on campus. We are the largest district, our largest first tee, which we are partnered with, which we use during our PE programs, after-school programs, summer camps, and so on. School closure should be a last resort. And I'm asking you to remember, you were elected to fight for us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you. Norma Nasri, followed by Tiffany Revia. Norma Nasri, followed by Tiffany Revia, followed by Alexander Caraway. All right, moving on. Maximus Roman. Susan Walker. Susan Walker, and then Eden Esquivel.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Molinar. As I have watched the board meetings and listened to a lot of the positive changes that our district is hopefully moving towards in the coming year, the one major piece that has not been addressed is behavior. For the past 3 years, my teachers and I have dealt with unimaginable behavior issues, with the most serious occurring in the last 2 years since the SEAS program moved to our campus. While I will not get into the specifics of some of the serious safety issues I have encountered alongside students, teachers, and staff, I will say I have felt unsafe, our teachers have felt unsafe, and at times I have felt unsafe for our students. It got so bad that I asked to speak with somebody from the SEAS program at the administrative level, and while I will not mention anyone's name because I valued this person's honesty, I will say the word that was told to me regarding the SEAS program was dysfunctional and not at the school level. I have had teachers come and talk to me and literally break down in tears because of what has happened in their classroom or in the hallway. That Stripling did not have a mass exodus of teachers this year is a testament to the teachers' dedication and campus administration. Our teachers care deeply for our students and do not want to give up on the 98% of the students we can reach because of the 2% that make the environment unsafe. I can tell you personally, I feel like my admin has stood by me and advocated for teachers as much as they can, but often their hands are tied. With that being said, I know the district is addressing budget issues, and my proposal is as follows, and this is the part I would write down. Schools with a C's program should have an extra administrator, and right now it looks like we will only have one AP, and this needs to change. Secondly, there should be the levels to the C's program. I heard there used to be 4. I think that should be reevaluated because not all students are ready for mainstream classes. And finally, please come and talk to our teachers. Please do that. With a district this size, you have the ability to make necessary changes.
Thank you. Eden Esquivel will be followed by Emmeline Pagenkopf.
Good evening, everyone, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Molinar. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight and advocate for Riverside Applied Learning Center. I am asking that our Applied Learning program be moved to another FWISD campus rather than being closed. We are a great program with so much to offer the diverse community of FWISD. One thing I love about our school is that we are a close community where everyone knows one another. All our teachers know every student by name. They greet us in the morning and encourage us to do our best. My experience at Riverside Applied Learning Center began in pre-K. Each year, I have grown and discovered new things about myself. I am now in 4th grade. 4th grade has been my greatest year yet. It has been great because the teachers encourage us and help us to grow. I have grown from a 3.5 grade level in reading to a 6th grade level in just 1 year. The students at RLC learn to advocate for themselves and how to use our own voices to be heard and understood, as I am doing right now. We are not just taught math, reading, writing, social studies, and science. We are taught how to lead, how to work within a community, how to not only solve problems, but recognize when there is a problem. At the beginning of the school year, the 4th and 5th grade saw that there was a motivation issue. We needed something to work for. So 4th and 5th grade students planned an applied learning project to help motivate students. It is known as Dolphin Zone. We took surveys from the students on what would motivate them. From there, we wrote persuasive letters and created videos to raise over $2,000 to purchase the supplies for Dolphin Zone. Now, each Friday, if we meet our weekly goals, we are able to enjoy our Dolphin Zone with a car simulator, painting canvases, karaoke, indoor basketball, and hamster wheels. Here's one thing I can tell you. Our school is a phenomenal campus with wonderful leadership, and that's what makes our school the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Emmeline Pagenkopf, followed by Averlyn Pagenkopf, followed by Asher McCrary.
Hello, my name is Emmeline Pagenkopf. I'm an 8th grader at the Applied Learning Academy, and I went to elementary school at J.T. Stevens. Applied learning has helped me so greatly throughout my years of education. When I started at J.T. Stevens, I was very introverted and very shy. Applied learning has helped me become extroverted and helped me become friends and work with people from different backgrounds. It has helped me learn leadership at a very young age. This year, I had the opportunity to direct a musical with my best friend when our teacher was struggling with health issues. Applied learning helped us with that by putting us into that leadership role and helped our teacher in a time of need. Applied learning has also helped me become more talented through our electives, whether that's in choir, theater, band, orchestra, or art. The arts programs are deeply loved through applied learning because of how much students get to show their talents in ways they never thought they could. Applied learning also has so many opportunities educational-wise. Teachers allow us to choose many of our projects, and they let us choose the ways we want to show what we've learned throughout the year. However, regular learning has made it hard with the amount of times testing gets in the way of our educational time. Applied learning helps us go beyond screens and tests and puts us into world scenarios in our everyday lives. Applied learning has impacted my life greatly, and it will continue to do so in my future. My hopes are that the program will continue getting what it needs to keep going and will continue to impact future students and generations and make them better people. And thank you for all you've done with this program.
Thank you. Averlyn Pagenkopf, followed by Asher McCrary.
Hello, I'm Averly Padenkopf. I'm a current 6th grader at ALA and an alumni of J.T. Stevens Elementary. This afternoon, I'm going to be talking about how important applied learning is and how it is better to have people grow in it. So first, what I would like to point out is applied learning helps students learn about themselves and discover who they truly are. I think this because in applied learning, the students get to decide their own personal projects, which allows them to put their own feelings and talents into them. However, when adults dictate, there are more rules and limits, which then causes the effect of limiting creativity. This year, a project that I did was to collect donations for the Presbyterian Night Shelter. In this experience, I learned that I am capable of more than I think and how applied learning saves people. Because we wanted to make sure that more homeless people get better materials and have a healthier lifestyle. Also, this has helped me develop a new skill, which is how to collect donations or spread important messages around communities. We helped Presbyterian Night Shelter by collecting the donations and giving them to our public speaker who talked at the Giving Gala to take them there. A few other things we did this year was the Giving Gala, the Valentine's Day dance, and a surprise play for our theater teacher. Also, this is just a question to think on. If you were to send a group of traditional learners and applied learners out on a camping trip with no materials or no help, who do you think would handle it better? It'd probably be the applied learners. Now think on this. Imagine a world without applied learners. The thing is, there wouldn't be a world. Every idea anyone has ever had and made it a reality is being an applied learner. I would also like to thank my teacher, my math teacher, Miss Wheeler, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for your interest in our type of program that we always love and appreciate.
Thank you. Asher McCrary, followed by Christian Alvarez, and then Liz Conville.
Hello, my name is Asher McCrary. I currently attend ALA in the 8th grade, and I used to go to Alice Carlson, so I've been in applied learning since I was in kindergarten, and I truly love it. The reason I love applied learning is because it is entertaining, it is engaging for me. Instead of just sitting at a paper all day and answering the questions, I'm having conversations with my teachers, I'm discussing with my classmates, I'm doing hands-on projects. Whereas in testing, I'm just looking at a screen. It can sometimes be disengaging for my brain, so I don't always do as well in testing as I do in the classroom. It also helps me make friends because instead of not being able to talk to the person next to me while I work on my worksheet, I'm having discussions with them. I'm talking about what I just learned. I'm doing projects, which really helps me make friends. And there's also tons of new and exciting opportunities that are involved with applied learning. For example, this spring, I was able to help direct a musical, which I never thought I'd be able to do in the middle school level because it's usually just the teacher and she directs, but she was able to step aside and let me take over, which was an experience that I greatly appreciate. We also have this thing called advisory where we get to do specialized things that are super helpful, and it is an entire class dedicated to applied learning. You can do anything from stop motion to a musical to sewing. There's so many options so students can follow their interests. The teachers are also amazing. They don't just sit in the classroom, they push forward these leadership opportunities on you, and they try to make it where you can make the best out of every class. For example, this year, one of the teachers put me in charge of making an 8th grade quilt, and she entrusted me with that so I could have that leadership opportunity, that problem-solving opportunity. I truly love applied learning, and I don't think I would be who I am without it. I don't think I'd be able to stand up here and speak to you all because applied learning has really pushed those leadership positions on me and made me who I am. So thank you for recognizing this amazing program, and I hope it can continue to grow.
Thank you. Thank you. Christian Alvarez, followed by Liz Conville, followed by Heather Togsdorf.
Good evening, Board. This is a difficult time for us all, and we as parents understand that decisions like this are challenging. Planning for the future requires hard moves ahead of time in hopes for a better tomorrow. Ultimately, the decision to approve the closure of many elementary schools is up to you, and yet, here we are together to voice our concerns about a future that will affect us all. If closing elementary schools is your solution for now, it will most likely have harmful effects on the students' outcomes, since crowding classrooms leads to failure in academics and behaviors. This will mostly hurt minority populations in Fort Worth. The Zavala is a very great example of what diversity and good education, starting from pre-K, results in an A-rated school. The dual language program there is a gem that helps children grow into amazing students. What will happen to these programs that help seed our future generations? Este es un momento difícil para todos y como padres entendemos que decisiones como estas son desafiantes. Planificar el futuro requiere tomar medidas drásticas con anticipación, con la esperanza de un mañana mejor. Al fin, la decisión de aprobar el cierre de muchas escuelas primarias depende de ustedes. Pero aquí estamos juntos para expresar nuestras preocupaciones sobre un futuro que nos afectará a todos. Si cerrar las escuelas primarias es la solución por ahora, lo más probable es que tenga efectos negativos en los resultados de los estudiantes, ya que la alta población en aulas conduce al fracaso académico y conductual. Esto perjudicará principalmente a la población de minorías de Fort Worth. La escuela primaria de Zavala es un gran ejemplo de cómo la diversidad y la buena educación desde preescolar dan como resultado una escuela con una clasificación A. Su programa de doble lenguaje es una joya que ayuda a los niños a convertirse en estudiantes excepcionales. ¿Qué pasará con estos programas que ayuden a sembrar la semilla de nuestra futura generación? Please don't forget what population and demographics you represent. Some of these schools and programs are the only key that families have to kickstart their children's education. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Conville, followed by Heather Toksdorf.
Good evening. My name is Liz Conville, and I'm an incoming Days of Alla parent. My family moved to Fairmount last April. Last week, my son was accepted into Days of Alla's two-way dual language pre-K program. We're very excited as Days of Alla is the only A-rated school near us, and the school's small size is a strength to us. Like all kids, my son is nervous about starting what he calls big kid school, worried he won't make friends and could get lost in the building. And I'm also worried. I'm worried the school is going to close without a clear plan for dual language students to transition. I'm worried that millions of dollars were spent on a facilities master plan that doesn't account for the alternative school co-located inside Days of Alla, and therefore worried I'm joining a district that makes crucial decisions with incomplete information. TEA's accountability ratings in 2018 had Days of Alla's student achievement score at a 62 and school progress at a 67. The latest data shows the achievement score at 89 and the progress score at a 92. In fact, Days of Alla has achieved an A for the past 3 years. This is a win. The district should be celebrating this and studying this to learn from and replicate it. In a recent article, TEA Commissioner Mike Morath stated when speaking on campuses that saw growth in their rankings, if you went from a C before to an A, I mean, this is worthy of a ticker tape parade. I don't need a parade. I need this school to stay open and be given resources to boost enrollment. New residents like me who aren't familiar with the options are told by longtime residents that a nearby school across 8th is the best option, even though Days of Alla has been quietly outperforming that school. It's time the district recognizes the gem that they have in this school and fights to preserve it in the face of change. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Toksdorf, followed by Annette Cravillero.
This board has hard choices ahead of it to positively impact the future of all kids in our district. But when we make the choice to close a school, we need to have a transparent, data-driven approach to those decisions that can be publicly confirmed and replicated. We didn't do that here. When I look at the data, the definitions provided, and the decision to remove schools from the closure list, I am left with the stark realization that you are cherry picking. For North Highmount, you are ignoring educational adequacy in favor of enrollment utilization, whereas for Charles Nash, it's quite the opposite. It has the highest enrollment utilization in its pyramid, but the lowest educational adequacy score. Both went from a D to a B. Both have about a 250 student capacity, half the district's minimum standard. But here's where it gets interesting. Charles Nash serves 95% minority and 88% Title I. North Highmount serves only 74% minority and 57% Title I. North Highmount got itself off the closure list. As a parent at an 88% minority, 77% Title I school, and more than that A-rated, and a member here today listening to the parents of Briscoe Elementary, I'm beginning to notice a pattern here, and it's not one of data-driven decision-making. When you fail to use data consistently, you fail to make data-driven decisions. The school closures you have to vote on today do not represent transparent, consistent, data-driven recommendations. And each of you knows there was no equitable or blind formula to make applicant selections for the task force that generated the closure recommendations. This is a failure of due process in our district, in which faulty formulas and an inconsistent application of data are exposing us to risk. Please vote for option 3 to remand this report back to staff for further study.
Thank you. Annette Criviero, followed by Carolyn James, followed by Gabe Moreno.
Good evening. As a Decivala parent, I come here disheartened as I review the comments, proposals, and inactions taken by some of the district trustees. Fort Worth ISD is struggling to restore community trust right now. Este distrito debería estar luchando por restaurar la confianza de la comunidad. The proposal to increase literacy is impressive, and I truly hope to see positive outcomes in the coming years. If you, the trustees, decide to fund this by closing Decivala, a school that's skewing local, state, and national data in all the good ways, and also a school that mirrors the fast-growing population of our city and the demographics. If you do this, you will continue to perpetuate the segregation that we have all been impacted by in Fort Worth. Continuarán perpetuando la segregación que nos ha afectado a todos in Fort Worth. As a licensed social worker serving children, adolescents, and perinatal people in Tarrant County, this is absolutely rattling. By downplaying this, you are at risk of continuing to stand on the wrong side of history. With that rep, how will you expect to increase funding per student and positive student outcomes when you are further driving away families from the district and families who are now financially incentivized to send their kids away from public schools? Rebuilding trust is not an easy task, but it's a very necessary task. Reconstruir la confianza no es fácil, pero es necesario. You have the opportunity now to do that by voting to decline the approved facility master plan and to remand for further study. Thank you, and check out DecivalFriends.org. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn James, followed by Gabe Moreno.
Good evening. My name is Caroline James. I've been talking to you for 7 months now about dyslexia, finding students with dyslexia and serving them well. When Andrew was diagnosed with dyslexia, I took a crash course in dyslexia. Over these past 7 months, I've given you a similar course. What dyslexia is, how prevalent it is, and how best to serve these students so that they will be successful, so that they will reach their full potential. You participated in dyslexia simulations. You've put yourselves in the seat of a student who cannot read. You've felt their frustration, and I so appreciate your time and consideration of this issue. The time you invested learning about dyslexia demonstrates your care. Thank you. With a unanimous proclamation to make literacy priority number 1, you made your intentions known. Together, you passed a strategic plan that reflects this priority. Funding was shifted in support of literacy, strong phonics instruction. The additional funding to screen 7th graders for dyslexia means we will find students with dyslexia even in middle school. This is huge. These are bold actions, and they will serve our students well. Thank you. There's still a lot of work to be done. There are tough decisions to be made. When I called this morning to be added to the list of speakers for public comment, I was told I would be number 25. This was at 9 o'clock. It's going to be a long night, and I just want to reassure you that you have the support to make tough decisions. The fact is 65% of kids in Fort Worth cannot read on grade level. 7 of the schools on the closure list have fewer than 10 students in the entire 3rd grade meeting standards. Now is the time for bold action that puts kids first, put kids ahead of buildings. If we can't get those kids reading, what will their future hold? We will not have the resources to give our children our very best unless we make tough decisions about consolidating schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabe Moreno is up next, followed by Melanie Watson.
Hello, my name is Gabe Moreno. I've got 2 boys at De Zavala. I grew up in San Antonio in the shadow of Rodriguez versus San Antonio ISD, the case that went all the way to the Supreme Court and affirmed that students in this country are not entitled to a fair or equitable education. I have never been under the illusion that public education in America is fair. And once again, an underrepresented population is being asked to bear the consequences of historical and demographic forces that are outside of their control. While all schools in Fort Worth ISD are under the same district budget, consider that not all communities contribute or receive equally. Wealthier school zones often benefit from stronger PTAs, private fundraising, alumni networks, which quietly supplement the official budget. De Zavala may seem expensive on paper, but once you account for these informal, often invisible revenue streams, it's unclear that our students receive more public investment than their peers. If anything, the opposite may be true. From where I stand, it also seems the district has made it too easy for white families to self-segregate. There's a reason desegregation once required state intervention. Even the most well-meaning white liberal parents often choose whiter schools. On my own block, literally every single white family has opted out of De Zavala, an A-rated school, for lower performing alternatives that are physically further away. There's always a rationalization, but the pattern is clear. I'll close with a question. Why does Lily B. Clayton, a school of comparable age to De Zavala, have a noticeably lower deferred maintenance cost? We were told at the Diamond Hill Jarvis gathering that historical preservation grants have been pursued and awarded in the past, including for Lily B. Why did the same not happen for De Zavala right across the tracks? What was the rationale for selecting some schools and not others for that support? No one on this board is responsible for those past decisions, but today we risk using the consequences of one inequitable decision to justify another one. We should be mindful of which choices we're making today that will once again burden the least fortunate in the future. Thank you.
Melanie Watson, followed by Fayeda Fayed.
Good evening, President Molinar and board. My name is Melanie Watson. I'm a powerful parent with Parent Shield Fort Worth. I came before you tonight to speak, and every time I get up here, my heart takes me in a different direction from what I had put down. But I need you to know tonight that we, the parents of Fort Worth, are counting on you to make the best decision for our children. We understand that certain schools have to close, but if you're gonna close those schools, close them for the right reasons. Everybody talk about the data, and I done told y'all plenty of time I'm not a data person, but you are, that's your job. So make sure you're doing your job. We understand with the closing of these schools that there will be extra funds that will be allocated. Have y'all came up with what y'all are gonna do and where y'all are gonna funnel those funds, and what programs are y'all gonna pull into those schools that are gonna remain and that are gonna get extra kids that's gonna need extra support? Have y'all put a plan together for all of this? We're talking about closing schools, but this goes way beyond closing schools. We need to make sure that our kids have what they need. And if it's a school open that's giving our children everything that they need, let's look into keeping that school. Let's look into making sure that the schools that y'all are going to overflow, because there's going to be some overflow. The schools that y'all are going to overflow have everything that they need to succeed as the schools that y'all are closing. We call for transparency all the time. Let's be transparent about it. Let's let these parents know that in choosing to send their child to a Fort Worth ISD school, they making the right decision.
Thank you. Fayed, followed by Trinice Dorsey Hollins.
Good evening. My name is Sayeda Sayed, and I am not the resident of Fort Worth ISD. So, Tarrant Appraisal District sent the postcard to non-homestead properties that I talked about earlier in last month. So 22,000 plus property owners get the postcard incorrectly. They're supposed to get the notice. TAD sent them the notice along with the apology note. Here is the apology note. With the deadline to protest is June 2nd. And I am one of those fortunate property owner in Tarrant County. Some of the property owners does not get any notice or the postcard. That number is also very significant, and the number is in thousands. If the owner had an agent in the past, the notice is sent to the agent. So Chief Appraiser mentioned that twice on different occasions, that on an average, Tarrant County's market value went down by 8%, and it was the TAD board's decision not to reappraise the properties this year. The preliminary values that you got on April 30th, that does not reflect the value of new sales of the existing properties. That is against their very own reappraisal plan. And with the new exemption of BPP accounts for $250,000, 85% of counties' BPP account, that means business personal property accounts, would pay $0 in his school taxes. 85% means 38,000 plus accounts just wiped out over the county. I asked the number entity-wise. I did not get that information, but thank you for your time. And if I get any information, I'll come back. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Trinice Dorsey Hollins, followed by Robert Rogers.
Good afternoon. Let me start by just saying this. Schools are closing because kids cannot read. If our students in the district were able to read on grade level, parents would not be running away from the district. Instead, they would be running to the district. So we'll just pause there for a second. As a parent, I understand the importance of budget and prioritizing what matters most. And tonight, I recognize that tough decisions are on the table. But let's be clear. I completely believe in high-performing campuses should be celebrated and replicated, not closed. But most importantly, I know that Fort Worth ISD must prioritize student resources over buildings. The data is clear. Our students are struggling and urgent support is needed. We cannot continue wasting funds on things that do not benefit students. Our students do not have the luxury of waiting for possible results. It's time to rip off the Band-Aid and do what's right, which is invest directly in our students. They deserve it. As we sit in limbo and wait on TEA's decision, it's the actions that we take now that will define whether Fort Worth ISD becomes a true turnaround district. That requires bold leadership. We need the board tonight to step up, speak up, and act in the benefit of students, not buildings. Let's be honest, this vote is about whether we invest in buildings or if we invest in students. Choose wisely. We're demanding more high-performing programs, qualified teachers in every classroom, access to advanced courses, and real SPED services at every campus that is kept open. Like, that's a must. while we're speaking on SPED services, and this is not my first time saying this, I hate to say that it's always last-minute placement updates for ECSC and RISE students. Again, unacceptable. Not only is home where the heart is, but school is where the resources are. Efficiency is fine, but only when it comes with guaranteed investments in literacy and learning outcomes, especially for the most marginalized students.
Thank you. Robert Rogers is going to be followed by Pierce Williams and then Ashley Tolliver.
Good evening, Dr. Mullen and on board. It's good to see you again. I became a literacy advocate in this district 15 years ago when I started volunteering. One of the schools on your closure list was the first school that I tutored in. In that school, in 2024, 3 out of 34 third graders were able to meet standard on the STAR. 3 out of 34. Buildings do not teach students. High-quality principals and high-quality teachers are incredibly important in teaching our students to read. You have labeled literacy as your primary goal. I commend you for that. The decisions you have to make tonight, I think, are very taxing, and I want you to know that you want to create as many green dots, children that read at grade level, that you can. And you have to use the limited resources that we have in the district intelligently, wisely, and responsibly. So keep that in mind. You have the support of many in the community when you make these difficult decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Pierce Williams, followed by Ashley Tolliver, and then Emilia Goodpastor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Pierce Williams. I attended Briscoe from 1994 all the way up until 2000. One of the things that I'm taking an issue with is this seems to be a generational problem where we are not funding the schools enough to get the students things that they need, to get the teachers things that they need, to make sure that the staff has everything that they need. My plea to you, think about the other generations that's going behind us and the current generations now for future generations. Before we start closing schools, let's have a plan before we start closing schools. Let's make sure that the funds are being allocated in the right places. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ashley Tolliver, followed by Emilia Goodpastor, followed by Nancy Strickland.
Good evening, Superintendent Molinar and trustee board members. My name is Ashley Tolliver, and I'm an organizer with Parent Shield Fort Worth. In the last couple of months, I've been meeting with family engagement specialists and principals across the district. While some were welcoming, many, especially in districts 5, 8, and 11, did not respond to outreach, nor did they have a family engagement specialist available. These are the very districts with the highest concentrations of African American and Hispanic Latino students. Students who, according to district data, are also struggling the most. Unfortunately, they are the same communities receiving the least support. While meeting with multiple parents, we heard a clear message. Many still feel disconnected from their campuses and unsupported in helping their children succeed academically. I attended the recent Dunbar Pyramid facility meeting where I heard someone say, if you want hub resources, let us know. In a community where schools like Jackett had to fight for basic technology, this shouldn't even be a question. Resources should not be optional. They should be guaranteed, especially where need is the highest. With school consolidations in motion, this is the time for Fort Worth ISD to deliver equity, not just efficiency. I urge the district to direct real investment, funding programs, and tools towards schools that serve predominantly Black and Hispanic students. Let's stop asking if they want support. Let's show up with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Emilia Goodpaster, followed by Nancy Strickland, then Libby Willis.
Hello, I'm Emilia Goodpaster from ALA, Applied Learning Academy. I am here firstly to thank you for giving us the chance to improve our school and me and my peers' education. I've been going to Applied Learning schools since I was 5. I'm a JT Stevens alumni, Save JTS, along with my friends who came today, Emmeline, Averly, and Avery. Now, JTS was partially applied school until recently, but it was amazing and I loved it there. Now for ALA. At ALA, I have made so many improvements and I love it here. I started so many things I love. I have made new friends and I have had an awesome time in general. Projects at ALA conclude of many different things, but the one that stuck out most was the portfolio. In our portfolio, we take all of the projects that we have done all year long and put them into one thing to present to our parents at the end of the year. In my opinion, it was an amazing experience. And there's this thing at ALA called an advisory. The 6th graders alone at ALA have had many fundraisers, such as the food drive, the Ronald McDonald House, the surprise play for our theater teacher, the walkathon, the giving gala, and the pet food drive. I myself was part of the walkathon and was invited to do the play for Miss Wood. I know that this sounds somewhat off topic, but I promise I have a point. So what happens when you send traditional school students and applied learning students into the world? If you just send traditional school students into the world, they can do math, science, reading, and history, but they don't have experience with other students. They don't know as much about working together, and it can be very difficult without real-world experience and teamwork. But with applied learning kids, they have experiences from real life, and they can do teamwork and so many other things. Thank you so much for this opportunity to expand our awesomeness and everybody at ALA. Please don't applaud me. Applaud my amazing teacher, Miss Wheeler, for making us the people with today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Nancy Strickland, followed by Libby Willis, followed by Avery Shaw.
School board and superintendent, thank you so much for giving us, the public, this opportunity to speak to you. This is close to my heart. I don't have a child in school anymore, of course, but I'm a lifelong educator. In fact, while I was waiting to be number 34 on the list, I realized it was 50 years ago, that I began teaching children that had difficulties with reading that long ago. And I'm continuing, after a long career in public school education, to work with children who are struggling readers. And I also go frequently into the schools in the Fairmount neighborhood in various different roles, one of them being site-based decision-making for, not currently, but for many years. So I feel familiar with the schools. And I want to just give you 3 things to think about as you're making your decision, particularly about Days of Allah, although I'm impressed with the other schools as well. And they're maybe a little different. One thing to keep in mind is the tax money in the capital funds that was put into Days of Allah to improve it. Elevators, I think there's 4. I get lost there all the time. New playgrounds, relatively new cafeteria, and I realize I'm running out of time. The cost to the district if the school is closed is not only just that, but the historic. It wouldn't be easy to sell that school. It's in the historic overlay, and that might be a problem as well. But the most important thing, and I'm very concerned about the closing of many public schools because of the voucher program, and not keeping good schools open just furthers that, and it can happen. A school district in Kansas City, Missouri, for years had chain link fences around.
Thank you. Libby Willis is up next, followed by Avery Shaw, and then Randy Thistlewheat.
Good evening. As a COC member and a Facilities Task Force member, I have 3 recommendations for you tonight. Number 1, please adopt the Facilities Master Plan. It is painful but necessary to ensure the ultimate reading and math mastery of all Fort Worth ISD students. Be open to change on the list of buildings to retire, however. Number 2, please go through the process to designate where appropriate all buildings on the list of schools to be retired as local and national register historic buildings. They will have a powerful economic revitalization impact on Fort Worth. Number 3, please reuse the school buildings to be retired. These buildings represent the best of Fort Worth ISD teaching and learning and deserve to remain as familiar community landmarks all over town. 77% of the list of buildings to be retired are historically significant buildings in Fort Worth, and they were designed for us by some of the city's best and most prolific architects. They have housed students from your next door neighbor to a junior high school student who became the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Please follow the example of your predecessor trustees who did the following with other Fort Worth ISD retired buildings. They made the Parker Hogg School into apartments. They made Austin Elementary School into Williamson-Dickey's headquarters. They made Thomas Place Elementary School into the Neighborhood Recreation Center. And they made James E. Gwynn School into a Small Business Assistance Center. With your determination, direction, and persistence on all of these requests and recommendations, all these things are possible for the buildings on the current retirement list. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you. Avery Shaw, followed by Randy Thistlewaite. It's going to be followed by Stephanie Valise.
Hello, my name is Avery Shaw. I'm a 6th grader at ALA, Applied Learning Academy. Middle school has been an amazing experience so far. Applied Learning campuses have many benefits on the community. Just as a 6th grade body, we have organized the Giving Gala, the Canned Food Drive, the Pet Food Drive, a Presbyterian Night Shelter donation, and a Ronald McDonald donation. Applied Learning also helps students learn life skills. Some of those are public speaking, group working, and cooperation skills. We learn how to get everyone in a group to work, but also use their strengths and strengthen their weaknesses. I attended J.T. Stevens Elementary School, which is also an Applied Learning campus. Being in Applied Learning has given me a growth mindset about everything and a chance to prove the skills I've learned in real-life scenarios. Applied Learning is a great program to have. To keep it successful, we have to keep students coming and advisory projects going.
Hello, my name is Sophia Rodriguez, and I am a current student at ALA and a past student of Alice Carlson Applied Learning Center. Taking applied learning schools away from students takes away real-world-based education. Creativity is shown in all applied learning students and makes students think outside the box. I have been enrolled in applied learning schools since I was 5 and have acquired critical thinking skills, independence, and a wide-ranged education thanks to applied learning. With Applied Learning feeder schools, I have been given many resources, and Applied Learning has helped others and myself within my education. Applied Learning should be encouraged and fixated into all schools due to the support of the community and how it changes the way people and students who go there think. Thank you for your time and attention tonight and focusing on Applied Learning campuses.
Thank you. Randy Thistlewaite, and followed by Patrick O'Neill.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and Dr. Molinar. I speak tonight as a parent of children who attended our historic neighborhood elementary school, Lily B. Clayton, a school that's been in the neighborhood for over 100 years, and many children have been able to walk to it. Generations of children have passed through its doors and felt part of a tradition that has included parents, grandparents, and other relatives in some cases. I saw firsthand the positive impact that Sweet Lily B, as it's called, has had on our children's education, socialization, and success in life. It gave them a sense of being a part of history. In the 1970s, Lily B, with low enrollment, very nearly closed, but a group of creative parents banded together and developed a before and after school childcare program at the school. That program led to increasing enrollment. I understand what difficulties you are facing as a school board. I've seen it before, and I saw also how Lily B adapted and moved forward and thrived. Here are some things that I ask you to think about as you face current realities. If Fort Worth ISD is unable to use its historic buildings, I very much hope that consideration will be given to landmarking eligible buildings or selling them to preservation-minded developers. Tax credit staff at the Texas Historic Commission can connect Fort Worth ISD leadership.
Thank you. Stephanie Valise, followed by Patrick O'Neill, followed by Stephanie Thomas.
Hello, I have 2 children enrolled at De Zavala with a third joining next school year. It is devastating knowing that my sons will be at a school that's up for closure, ripped from the friends and the bonds they've created. I had all intentions of homeschooling my children until I found out about the dual language program. As a Spanish-speaking parent, my children being bilingual is a top priority. After researching, De Zavala's A-rated standing is why I took a leap of faith, despite the overall poor performance of Fort Worth ISD. This school year, although my second son didn't make it into the program due to only 1 classroom per grade, I still transferred him out of our neighborhood school to attend De Zavala. De Zavala is being targeted due to low enrollment, yet the district isn't helping to bring those numbers up. De Zavala is sought after. We need more teachers, and my family isn't the only one that didn't get in. You say our school has the capacity for the numbers you want, so give us the resources to fill it. Only having 1 classroom per grade makes it harder. We chose De Zavala for its reputation, performance, and diversity. I will leave the district as I will not willingly put my children in an underperforming school. Is this board one we can trust? The district gave us false hope when we were told we could increase enrollment, but in 2 months, that can't really happen. Is this district one that's taking advantage of parents and teachers who can't be here and will just have to deal with the punches Fort Worth ISD throws at them? These meetings are extremely hard for parents to attend. The facts are crystal clear. The district is in horrible standing. Families will leave Fort Worth ISD, and not considering our ratings plus the amount of people out of zone who attend De Zavala when the district is at stake for takeover just lets us know it's mostly a political agenda and not for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick O'Neill. Patrick O'Neill, followed by Stephanie Thomas, followed by Danielle Liggins.
Pardon me. Board members, thank you for listening to us tonight. You've heard some people speak very passionately about the subject of school closures. I've read and heard things that acknowledge this as a very emotional subject, but presented in such a way as though emotion somehow undermines the argument. I want to remind you that passionately spoken truth is no less the truth. The substance of these passionate presentations are no less relevant because they're spoken that way. I'm here because my granddaughters have benefited immensely from De Zavala, and I want to show them that I am supporting their education and the success that they've seen. But I also want to demonstrate to them that it's important to speak truth to power. Now, De Zavala is not made up of dissidents, and you're not an authoritarian regime. But sometimes, due to the lack of transparency and the way this handles, it kind of feels adjacent to that. The truth in this instance is that closing De Zavala is a mistake. The plan to close De Zavala, as well as other of the schools, the The plan to close Days of Allah, as well as other schools, feels like the slow realization of a plan to further marginalize certain groups. The truth is that you hold the power to prevent this mistake. Your power comes from your position, and it could be exercised for the good of all, particularly the communities that are speaking to you so passionately, but no less truthfully. I ask you that in this moment, when you're asked to decide, that you set aside any politics or a fascination with money and do the right thing. Exercise your power, exercise your ability to understand not only the passion from which we speak, but also the important information that we have given to you. And do not close Days of Allah. Give us an opportunity at the very least to demonstrate what we can do.
Thank you. Stephanie Thomas, followed by Danielle Liggins, followed by Joseph Gundara.
Good evening. I come to you not just as a parent, but as someone who recognizes a dangerous pattern unfolding in our district. Let's be clear. School closures do not improve student outcomes. National studies confirm it. Local families live it. Across the country, these closures target Black, Latino, immigrant, and low-income communities under the familiar language of right-sizing, underutilization, or facilities planning for better efficiency. Fort Worth ISD is following the same failed playbook. National studies tell us that closures disrupt student learning and fracture communities. They don't save money, they don't improve achievement, but they do accelerate disenrollment, displacement, and distrust. Days of Allah is one of only 4 A-rated elementary schools in the district. It serves majority, minority, economically disadvantaged students and excels, a blueprint for uncommon achievement. And yet, it's on the chopping block due to flawed data, exclusionary planning, and a master plan that values utilization over academic achievement and success. Where is the data that shows this closure helps students? Because we have the data showing it harms them, especially those most at risk. If you vote to close campuses, to close Days of Allah, and to displace students to a campus that will be overcrowded once they arrive, you are not solving a problem, you are multiplying harm. Our children deserve more than a managed decline, they deserve a future, and we're gambling with the intellectual infrastructure of our city's future. People will spend all sorts of money on buildings and facilities, but our children represent our city's return on investment. As our city, not just our suburbs grow, now is not the time to cut back on proven public school excellence. Now is the time to invest in the exceptional that will support that growth. I urge you, vote to remand to staff for further review. Don't let your legacy be the closure of a success story. Let this be the moment you choose students over shortcuts.
Thank you. Danielle Liggins, followed by Joseph Gundara, followed by Hansel Castillo.
Good evening to our esteemed members of the school board. I stand before you today to advocate for the continued operation for our school and to provide you with a comprehensive view of our current situation, our achievements, and the challenges as we face. Firstly, it is important to address the notion of standardized testing, particularly the STAR test. While it offers a snapshot of our students' performance, it does not fully capture the accountability and the potential of our entire campus. The state performance framework provides a more holistic view by integrating multiple data points. This framework is a testament to our strength, as is evidenced by our 10 TIA designated teachers, 4 at the master level and 6 at the exemplary level. In 2022, our campus received a distinction in reading, placing us in the top 5% of our comparison group. Furthermore, we have been finalists in the Readers Become Leaders competition for the past 3 years, securing first place last school year. These accomplishments reflect our dedication to educational excellence. However, despite our achievements, we face significant challenges, primarily due to resource allocation. Last year, we projected numbers led to a surplus of 2 teachers. I personally volunteered to serve as a 4th and 5th grade bridge, managing a single 5th grade unit with 32 students, which later increased to 35, and a 4th grade class with 32 students. Similarly, our 3rd grade unit initially had 35 students and was only permitted to hire a 2nd teacher in October, yet no teacher was returned to us. I ask you, does this approach sound equitable? Moreover, we were denied the opportunity to become a Saturday Learning Quest campus, and our students were not allowed to attend. This too raises questions about equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Gandara, followed by Hansel Castillo, followed by Benjamin Hicks.
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Gandara, and I'm currently in 4th grade at RLC. Today, I will be reading my peer's testimonial on how amazing RLC is. She is writing to you today to give you an inside look at the benefits that she has witnessed while being at RLC. From the very first day of school, she could feel the passion of the teachers and everyone else working in the school. And not just by typical school stuff, but as each student individually. The staff at RLC really do care about their students beyond the classroom. I began my 4th grade year with a reading level of a second grader, because at my other school, the teachers would rather move you along to the next grade than help you learn and understand what you are learning. And my math level was not much better. Miss Hazen and Miss Sanchez both worked just as hard as I did to get me where I should be in both classes, and not only did they work as hard as I did, but they also celebrated with me. Whenever I would meet one of the milestones, I never knew the teachers cared and loved their students as much as the teachers at RLC. Ms. Bora, Ms. Hazen, Ms. Sanchez, and Ms. Bora, Ms. Hazen, Mr. Mills, and Ms. Sanchez all changed my view of the school, my education, and the purpose. And for that, I am and will be forever grateful. Say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Hansel Castillo, followed by Benjamin Hicks, followed by Randy Wheeler.
Hi everybody. My name is Hansel, and I go to Briscoe Elementary. Please don't close Briscoe because it is a great school. It has a golf club, and we learn to play in PE. The teachers are nice, especially my favorite teacher, Miss Nesbitt. My sister is in the 1st grade, and she wants to learn more at Briscoe and stay there during 5th grade. I have made a lot of friends at Briscoe. We go to Dickey's Arena every year for the reading competition. Miss Burgess is a great principal and is nice, and she wants to see us all learn. I am a worker. If Briscoe closed, I need to walk it to school and sometimes too hot or too cold. I walk to school. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Benjamin Hicks, followed by Randy Wheeler, then Jocelyn Vargas.
Hi, thank y'all for having me here today, board members, and especially the parents and students who are here today to fight for their future and the future of their communities. My name is Benjamin Hicks. I have a 3-year-old and I live across the street from Zavala. I've been here for 10 years in Fort Worth, and I was happy to move here, being from New Orleans, a place notorious for a poor public school system. We'll come back to New Orleans because I think it does play a part in this story here. Really what I want to say, last time I was here, I was talking about the appendix and how I was just lamenting the fact that y'all accepted a report paying millions of dollars to a company who's been doing this for 40 years, closing schools for 40 years. And you'd think by now that they would explain their formulas. If they haven't explained it to you, I would send it back to them. But anyway, today really I just want to talk a little bit about my history. I mentioned I was happy to move here to Fort Worth, especially Texas, a place in the Deep South that is known for having a good public school system. Now we see things shifting where public school is becoming more of a partisan issue. And really what I want to say about this is I'm from New Orleans. They spent 2 decades after Katrina. They took the opportunity of failing schools, failing facilities to implement a transition to an all-charter system. They became all-charter in 2019, and now in 2024, they're reopening a direct-run school. It is clear that this system is not the way to go. Because ultimately, public schools are for the parents that aren't here. They're for the parents that don't have the time, they don't have the money, and they're not here. That's all I want to say about that. Just look at New Orleans.
Thank you. Randy Wheeler, followed by Jocelyn Vargas, followed by Jocelyn Odakoper.
Good evening, board. I'm the famous Miss Wheeler that got 2 shout outs earlier from my students at ALA. I know I'm famous today. I didn't even realize. And I actually brought some extra students that would like to speak with you today.
Hello, I'm Nellie Boyd. And I'm Graham Boyd. And today we will be talking to you about the amazing things that Applied Learning Academy does.
Applied Learning Academy provides a safe environment that students can have a growth mindset and learn to work with others.
With Applied Learning, we teach our students how to become leaders in real-life situations. For example, my advisory worked with the pet food bank, Don't Forget to Feed Me. We collected pet food donations and went on a field trip to bag the dog and cat food before it is sent out to people who could not afford to feed their pets.
Another project we did is collect donations for the Ronald McDonald House. The Ronald McDonald House provides a place near hospitals for families to easily reach their children that are hospitalized.
We have also planned different events within our school. For example, our Valentine's Day dance and the Giving Gala. With the Giving Gala, we set up tables to showcase what all the 6th grade advisories had done so far and had the opportunity to show it to their parents.
At the Valentine's Day dance, we had games, snacks, music, and even a wiffle ball tournament in the gym. Overall, Applied Learning Academy has given us so much opportunities to grow as a student and a learner.
Thank you for having a renewed interest in the Applied Learning program, which has a wonderful way to teach young learners. We hope that our new campus will help have different ways for our school to grow and teach students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jocelyn Vargas, followed by Jocelyn Odekoper, and followed by Gianna Alvarado.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn and I am in the 4th grade at Briscoe Elementary. I would like to tell you about Briscoe. I have been at Briscoe since I was 3 years old, and all of my older brothers and sisters also went to Briscoe. I want people to have a great elementary school. All of my favorite teachers are here. All of the young kids want to stay at Briscoe because all of the great things there. We have Academy 4 and Leaders 5. Our music teacher lets us explore songs and dance with programs. Briscoe is a nice, clean building, and we don't understand why you wouldn't want to close such a nice campus and send us to older schools that don't have such nice buildings. We even won this trophy at the Readers Become Leaders. Please consider keeping Briscoe open.
Jocelyn, the other Jocelyn here? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Gianna Alvarado, and I'm here to talk to you about the Applied Learning Program and how it powerfully impacts students like us every day. I did 6 years of applied learning at Alice Carlson, and this is now my 7th year of applied learning at ALA. The thing about us is our applied learning projects. Because our schooling is not just focused on academics, we also learn the leadership skills, problem-solving skills, and analyzing skills that we need in everyday life. Applied learning encourages and motivates our students to learn, and if we don't want to learn, then we can't be the best version of ourselves. Applied learning projects have 3 main guidelines: improving a system, designing a system, or planning an event. This year, almost all of the 6th grade advisories helped or donated to a nonprofit organization or charity, like the Presbyterian Night Shelter and the Ronald McDonald. We also hosted the Giving Gala. This was a big event where people from the nonprofits spoke to our guests about what they did. I was an MC for this event along with another student. We basically were like the student leaders of this project. Our teachers organized the calling the charities and the adult things that we couldn't do or handle. But the creative thinking and the scheduling of this event was all the students. I truly believe that applied learning will take my success so much further than I ever dreamed it could. Thank you so much for your interest in this program. We are truly excited and grateful to see how you will help us grow in our next campus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lori George, followed by Octavia Mullins.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Laurie George, and I am, should have invested in bifocals, sorry. So I am a former Fort Worth ISD teacher, and now I teach pre-service teachers at University of North Texas while completing my doctorate in educational psychology. First, let me say thank you for your service, and Dr. Molinar, thank you for such a strong and exciting start. I'm here today to make a confession. It is that I am a horrible speller. It is truly embarrassing, and I am not being dramatic. I'm a terrible speller. I grew up in the era of whole language, and although with compensation I am a strong reader, I don't see more than a few letters of each word. I frequently ask my two younger children and Amazon Alexa, who were taught using phonics, to help me spell words that I can't remember when I'm trying to write using a pen. My oldest son was not taught using phonics either. Despite being incredibly bright at the beginning of first grade, he recognized just 6 letters on the dyslexia screener, yet nothing was done. And it wasn't his teacher's fault. She didn't know what to do either. Wasn't he just supposed to fall in love with reading in a cozy nook with a book, like Lucy Calkins says? I received familiar advice. He's so bright, he'll just get it. And that old line that causes every interventionist to cringe, just wait and see. I was not about to wait and see, because as a cognitive researcher, I understand the risks. I like to think of neural pathways as little trenches, and these little trenches begin being dug from birth. These trenches become deeper as we age, but with an at-risk reader without early intervention, these trenches create inefficient pathways for information to travel. Every moment intervention is delayed, filling in those inefficient pathways and rerouting that information is more and more laborious. My child is privileged to have received, I'm going to run out of time. I encourage you to continue to invest in reading and to invest in evidence-based intervention.
Thank you. Octavia Mullins, followed by Daniel Williams, followed by Elizabeth Padilla.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I believe I'm an outlier here. My school my daughter goes to, she's a teenager, is actually not closing. She goes to Wedgwood Middle School. I think it's about $61 million being invested into this school, and it's F-rated, and ever since she's been here, her whole personality's changed. The first day that she got there, she witnessed 2 fights, and since she's been there, she's been in her first fight ever. And maybe a week after she got in a fight and got suspended, her friend was assaulted by 4 girls, and one of them hit her with a Stanley Cup. Just hearing these stories of the kids who are in schools where they're learning and progressing, that is not the experience of the school money is being invested to. So I'm not sure what is the plan or the dynamic, but I do not feel safe allowing my child to be at this school. I brought her from a charter school hoping she could play sports and hoping, because there's more, as far as choir, there's more things that she can be involved in. And I feel like I failed her as a parent allowing her to go to this school. This is her first year there, and this will be the last, because her going here has changed our dynamic in the household. She feels like she has to be rude to people to fit in, and she feels like she has to fight at the school just to survive. One thing I think I would recommend, instead of investing in this school, one of the things I recommend is that y'all invest some of this money that y'all have going to this school and put it somewhere else, because putting money into this school, which is a school I attended when I was in middle school, is a bad investment and is almost like putting lipstick on a pig, as the saying would say. Fundamentally, the kids do not care there, and if y'all do keep this school open, y'all need to put very much more safety enforced matters there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge Marlin, are you on that? Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Dana Williams, a Power Ambassador for Parents Shield Fort Worth, and I stand before you as a concerned member of this community who wants answers and honesty. We all know the root of the problem. The state of Texas has not properly funded our public schools. And now we're being told that schools must close because of low enrollment or old buildings. But let's be clear, low enrollment didn't start yesterday, and buildings don't fall apart overnight. These are symptoms of a system that's been underfunded for too long. So what we need from you, the board, we need you to tell us, why are our schools really closing? What is the plan for the teachers who are losing their jobs? What would happen to the students being shuffled around? And here's the big one. What are you doing with the buildings you're closing? Will the district make a profit off of properties while the remaining schools continue to struggle? And if there is any profit, is it going to go directly to improving education, resources, and support for students and teachers? These are serious decisions with real impacts. The community deserves to be involved and informed, and not just after the fact, but before and during the process. We're asking for transparency, accountability, and a real plan. Let's not keep dancing around the issue. Tell us the truth. Work with us to find solutions that will help the students, the teachers, and the families of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Padilla, followed by David Pennell, followed by Kelly Moreno.
Thank you. Liz Padilla, Uptown Fort Worth Neighborhood Association President. I'm here to speak on behalf of for Charles National Elementary School. Charles National Elementary School is home to Uptown Fort Worth residents' children. Uptown Fort Worth specifically is home to over 5,000 residents and growing rapidly. As we speak, there are 163 townhomes and condos in the process of either being built or in the planning phase. In addition, 710 apartments, luxury apartments, and penthouses all within a mile of Nash Elementary School. This means right under 900 units of residential homes being built within that mile of Nash Elementary. In addition to the already existing 5,000 residents with no other elementary school within 2 to 3 miles. Keep in mind, these population numbers do not include the current and existing residents in downtown Fort Worth core, which is just 2 streets from Uptown Fort Worth. If we include all those residents, we are talking about north of 12,000 residents with no other elementary school nearby. The plan for Greater Downtown Fort Worth 2033 focuses on livable neighborhoods, and I emailed everybody that 2033 plan for Greater Downtown plan. And therefore, supporting education in Nash Elementary is mentioned numerous times in this plan, as it is currently the cornerstone of our community. It is the only elementary school in our neighborhood and for an approximate 12,000 residents in all Greater Downtown Fort Worth. Taking our elementary school away will finish dissolving our livable neighborhood, as we no longer have a rec center, a grocery store, a church, or anything that binds us together. I understand that there are many factors that go into this decision, and I fully trust that you will make the best decision for our children and our families.
Thank you. David Pennell, followed by Kelly Moreno.
Thank you, Board. My name is Dave Pennell. I'm a neighbor of Uptown and part of the association. And I'm really here to speak for the neighbors that live in the low-income apartments next to our house. All the kids walk to school every morning and they walk home. Some of them don't attend Nash, some go to the middle school. But I've noticed a lot of people don't have cars in that neighborhood, so they're gonna have to take a bus for the elementary now if you close down Nash. Nash is a really good school, but it is an old school without it. I've heard the reason why they're closing it is because the budget is, I think, $500,000 to keep it open or something like that. And it doesn't have a gymnasium or other accessories for the students. It's just an old building, I guess. And that's what I hear from the neighbors in those apartments, that they want to close because of that. I'm as a neighbor, a homeowner in the neighborhood, an investor, I'm undecided if it should be closed or not. But when we lost our grocery store, we don't have a church in the neighborhood now. If we lose a school, what happens then? Are we just going to have units, apartments, houses? We're not going to have any kind of community. That's rough. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm a father. My kids will start school next year. I have a 5-year-old and 2.5-year-old. And, do we have to go to private school now? Is that what we're getting pushed to? do we need to do private school? I'm not sure. So I was encouraged when we moved there that this would be a good place, because Liz, my wife that just spoke, she was pregnant when we bought the house, and we're like, all right, so we have a school that we could walk to every morning, which, you know, you see in the movies, it's just nice, but does that matter? 6 seconds. That's it. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Kelly Moreno, followed by Monica Hernandez.
In 2020, the school board unanimously voted to end the neighborhood preference for Daggett Montessori on the basis that it deepened the racial and income segregation already extant in Fairmount and Ryan Place. The push came not from the board, nor from the district, but from the Montessori parents themselves, as they watched the way the school was siphoning off the wealthier kids from both Daggett Elementary and Days of Allah. For years, a choice zone for Lily B. Clayton existed within the Days of Allah boundaries that allowed families to opt in, bypassing the already questionable transfer process. This zone was surprisingly large given the relatively small size of Days of Allah's boundaries. Sometime after the last school year, it quietly disappeared. Anecdotally, I can tell you the overall demographics of the families who chose to move. They're my neighbors. It looked a lot like those who opted into the Montessori, and very, very different than the kids who attend Days of Allah and Daggett. As both of these changes are recent and preference is given to younger siblings of those who already attend, Days of Allah still has not had a chance to recover its zoned student body. Is it any wonder that Days of Allah is now under-enrolled? And now the answer is to close the school ravaged by these policies, the school that is succeeding despite it all? Lily B. Clayton is full, and moving the Days of Allah students into Daggett Elementary puts that capacity at over 800 students, above the HPM maximum recommended population, and only further entrenches these socioeconomic divides. Rezoning rather than closing Days of Allah can help to end the decades-long quiet segregation and work to unite a community divided by these inequitable policies. Do you want to say anything? No.
Thank you. Monica Hernandez, followed by Graham Brizenden, and followed by Emily King.
Good evening. As you've heard all night, the recommended closures are hurting your community. Your constituents, like me, should be enjoying the end of the school year. Instead, families all over Fort Worth have been stressing, pleading with you, and trying to figure out why are we in this position. My community at J.T. Stevens has been left with so many questions unanswered. Trustees, at the last board meeting, I was proud to hear your questions after the presentation. The fact is, your questions were not answered directly. Even with so many of these questions, there's still no Plan B or Plan C being given to us. On February 11th, the list started with 48 options. Over the span of 3 months, we watched so many schools get removed from the list. We also noticed where and who they were. I watched J.T. Stevens start with an option to be a full choice school, only to have that suddenly be taken away at the first community meeting. After recent communication, I fully believe the district's applied learning system is important to you. I ask that you please remember who made the programs what they are: Alice Carlson, Riverside Applied Learning Center, and J.T. Stevens Elementary. Please don't take our name away and merge us with the school who doesn't even want to be applied learning. Please don't close our legacy of over 50 years simply because you choose not to put money into our building, the building that has not been taken care of by our district. A building that was shown on CBS 11 News with our name partially covered in dirt because this district won't clean it. Our school was targeted because we are the smallest in our pyramid. We were targeted because the people who assessed our building didn't see anything past that. It's just a building. Please take more time for this recommendation. This year, we were given admin who are applied learning focused. We collectively began to rebuild after we were left without admins at the end of the year. Trustees, I call upon you to take a stand and please prove that this roadmap and recommended plan is truly flexible. Thank you.
Thank you. Graham Brisenden, followed by Emily King.
Good evening, Dr. Molinar, trustees, and staff. My name is Graham Brisendine. Prudent planning sometimes requires difficult decisions. I ask that you support phase 1 of the facilities master plan as presented by administration during the board workshop. As a member of the facilities master plan steering committee, I will tell you that none of this was taken lightly. As a third-generation Fort Worth ISD graduate with children who will be fourth-generation graduates, my ultimate goal is the continued long-term viability of the district and equitable distribution of resources across all communities. My grandmother was a Fort Worth ISD teacher, and her whole motivation was the success of every single one of her students. Adopting the proposed plan allows that vision to be a more viable reality on a macro level for all Fort Worth ISD students. Additionally, we must be financially responsible. As presented, this plan does not require additional financing or a new bond program. The most important takeaway here is that the money is finite. These facility reductions will ultimately allow the Fort Worth ISD to do more with the finite funds that they do have. I do agree that emotionally, we don't want schools to close. My other grandmother attended Days of Allah in the 1930s. I'm not excited to see it close. But I am also cognizant that the future student success should not be bound by my emotional connection to bricks and mortar. It is simply not fair to limit the future leaders of our city with my emotions for a building. Children come first. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily King.
I'm the last speaker, so you are almost done. Good evening. I am Emily King. I have 5 kids in Fort Worth ISD. I am a public school proponent. I have a son at Young Men's, a daughter I am Terrell, and 3 little girls at Ridgely Hills. Tonight I want to speak about put a face to the statistics and share directly how it impacts my daughter MJ. She's in 3rd grade, right at the threshold so many national statistics are based on. Like too many kids with dyslexia. She is smart, capable, and working twice as hard just to keep up. But here's what keeps me up. If a child isn't reading at grade level by the end of 3rd grade, they are 4 times more likely to drop out of high school. She is in 3rd grade. She is not on grade level. This statistic terrifies me. For children living in poverty, that number jumps 6 times. 6 times. Add learning differences like dyslexia or ADD or autism, and the odds become even more grim, which she has both of. We fought nearly 2 years to get her properly evaluated. I raised concerns in kindergarten and they were brushed off with, she's just in kindergarten. We kept pushing, kept advocating, and she was finally diagnosed in the middle of 2nd grade. Since starting dyslexia intervention, she has made gains, but I can't help but wonder how much further she would have been if she'd been identified with those first signs, and that's with an advocate. What about the children that don't have one? We need more on the front end. We need to equip preschool and kindergarten teachers with the tools and ability to spot the signs of dyslexia and listen to them. Trust their instincts, trust their connection with the students, because when we wait, we waste valuable time. Thank you. I'll have a good night.
Thank you. I will call one more time the speakers that weren't present. Ali Cheka, Norma Nasri, Tiffany Ravella, Alexander Caraway, and Maximus Romaine. Any of them? All right. Then, thank you. Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next on our agenda is presentations. So I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar for the 2025-2026 compensation presentation.
Thank you, President Martinez. We're going to start with our Chief of Talent Management, Mr. Woodrow Bailey, this evening.
Good evening, President Martinez, board members, Superintendent Dr. Molinar. Tonight's presentation on compensation recommendation summarizes months of discussions with the Board Finance Committee, District Administration, and the board workshop last week. We presented information last week supporting data for several of the compensation initiatives tonight that have been prioritized in previous discussions, as mentioned earlier. We've addressed many of your questions with data, and we appreciate the feedback that we have received thus far, assisting us in ultimately preparing these recommendations tonight. Again, these are only recommendations based on feedback that we have received from you, and a final decision on these priorities will be presented to you in the June board meeting when the 2025-2026 compensation plan is presented for approval. As we go through this brief presentation tonight, our goal is to finalize recommendations so that our finance department will have as much information as possible to complete the budget preparation process as scheduled for approval in June. Since our last conversation last week, our state legislators continue to amend the language included in the bills currently under consideration. And late Friday, we received additional information that we quickly included in our projections that we will present tonight. And with that in mind, we have to say all these recommendations are based on current language and interpretation of pending legislation. We understand, of course, let's see if it's progressing. We'll try it again. There we go. Slide 2. Thank you. We understand that current legislation focuses on teacher compensation. The consolidated bill is now referred to as CSHB2, and it includes about $8 billion in funding for public education with $4.2 billion earmarked for teacher compensation. Included is the permanent teacher retention allotment, Article 1, that provides permanent pay raises for teachers with at least 3 years of experience, providing a substantial incentive for teachers to make it to year 5 and that at least doubles their pay raise. Current estimates provided by our finance department and confirmed by our compensation department team estimates that increase in teacher compensation for Fort Worth ISD will total approximately $20 million. We have adjusted our teacher salary schedule to reflect this increase, and since this is considered pass-through funding, all of those funds will go directly to teacher compensation. Unlike House Bill 3 that was passed in 2019, these funds cannot be utilized for employee benefits or other employer expenses. So in addition, based on feedback from board members and to support the adopted strategic plan, we are also recommending as part of this proposal tonight an increase that's starting of the teacher starting salary from $63,000 to $64,500. This increase will require $1.3 million of local funds, as this group of teachers are not included in the increase as the bill is currently written. Ultimately, this will be an approximate $22 million increase to teacher compensation for Fort Worth ISD. I'm going to explain that in a little bit more detail in the next slide. We've produced a teacher salary schedule accommodating the new proposal for $64,500 for beginning teachers with 0 years of experience. Again, also including the $2,500 increase at year 3, that's a part of CSHB2, and then the $5,500 increase that's part of the years of experience, again, included in that bill. So we've created the salary table with these projections, also taking into account the beginning teacher salary increase of $1,500 for Fort Worth ISD to $64,500. If you, of course, as included in last week's presentation, we are currently positioned well within the market. And again, most districts have not adopted a salary schedule yet. We're waiting for final legislation, but we believe that this will again position us in a very competitive position as far as what's in the market, not only in the DFW area, but also in the state. What this breaks down and what it looks like, if you go to the next slide, thank you, is we provided some scenarios. And so this basically tries to outline what this means for teachers within the district or new teachers that are coming to Fort Worth ISD. For instance, Ms. Lincoln just graduated from a leading university. She's beginning her teaching career in Fort Worth ISD. And if we don't increase the beginning teacher salary from $63,000 to $64,500, she will begin her teaching career with $63,000 or at $63,000. Currently, 2 neighboring school districts could offer at least $1,600 more in salary. And so in order to remain competitive in the market and offer a starting salary that is attractive to new teachers, we are recommending an increase in this beginning teacher salary. Ms. Washington is a current Fort Worth ISD teacher. She is finishing her 2nd year in education. And if the beginning teacher salary, again, is not increased, she will only receive an additional $500 next year, which is the step from 1 to 2. As the CHHB2 bill does not address teachers with less than 3 years of experience, this would, of course, account for a lower increase. However, by raising the starting teacher salary to $64,500, Ms. Washington would receive, actually equate a 3.1% increase or raise for the upcoming school year. Mr. Franklin is a Fort Worth ISD teacher completing his 3rd year with the district. According to current language in the CSHB2, his compensation will be increased by $2,500. Again, that's what's included in the language, which would equate to a 3.8% increase. Ms. Jackson is a teacher with Fort Worth ISD. She is completing her 5th year as a teacher, and based on current language in the bill, her salary will be increased by $5,500. That equates to an 8% increase. Finally, this is a listing of all of the budget priorities and recommendations that we've discussed over the last several months. The first 2 we've just gone through. Also, we've discussed at length the bilingual and special education proposal to increase the stipends in both of those areas. And included in those stipend proposals is special areas like dyslexia. Also included is an increase in bus driver starting rate from $22.75 an hour to $23 an hour with a guarantee of 8 hours per day. Also included in the proposals is a portion of the campus administrator adjustment to address high school principals this year, and hopes of in future years to address the rest of the principal tiers that are included in the original proposal. Also not included in legislation this session, which is different from House Bill 3 that was passed in 2019, are counselors and librarians. And this recommendation includes a 2% of market median for these 2 groups and a 2% of midpoint raise for all other employees. Following any amendments that are recommended tonight, we will include these recommendations in the compensation plan that is slated to be approved in June. And the total impact to the local budget for all of these priorities is $8.7 million. And you see there's a differential there because of course, there are some vacancies and other factors that we have to take into consideration. Ultimately, 81% of the total recommended cost impact teacher pay, and that is inclusive of the bill that's currently under discussion, which would total $23,829,000. In closing, we appreciate your guidance, your feedback, and your questions over the last several months to shape this compensation proposal. We believe these recommendations that are presented tonight will position our district to attract and retain high-quality staff who ultimately impact positive student outcomes. This compensation proposal also aligns with the recently approved strategic plan, specifically Priority 3, that focuses on employee retention. This is a major disclaimer for everyone listening. All of the recommendations are pending final approval of legislation that is currently under consideration. We know the session is scheduled to end June 2nd, and we're scheduled to present a compensation plan for your approval on June 10th. Therefore, amendments to legislation may impact this proposal as presented tonight. So finally, we appreciate your commitment to the employees of Fort Worth ISD, and at this time, we welcome any of your questions or comments.
Trustees, are there any questions? Trustee Dar?
Yes, thank you. With the Consolidated Senate House Bill 2, this one's 2, isn't it? Yep, 2. Help me understand on slide 3, with these are mandated increases in that bill.
Yes.
And are they funded increases? So will we receive additional funding from the state of Texas in order to cover the cost of these increases?
Yes, ma'am. Great
Okay.
question. For year 3 and 4, yes, and 5 and more. So basically, we will receive funding for 3 years and above in experience. However, 0, 1, 2 is currently not included in legislation. And as in discussion with the Finance Department, I'm sure Chief Carmen will mention that. Again, that is pass-through funding, and that's the $20 million figure.
Well, and I appreciate that we want to recognize the hard work of our teachers that have 0, 1, and 2 years of experience as well.
Absolutely.
So thank you. So with this bill, is this a one-time raise, or is this something that will be funded again next year as well?
So the information that we receive as of now is that it is permanent funding. So it will be built into the basic allotment, and I'm sure Chief Carmen is going to hold us to that as well. So she'll probably address that. But it is built as it is stated now, it is permanent funding.
Okay. And I'm going to ask my question again. How is this affecting our administrators' pay and those people who choose to get additional degrees to take positions that are very necessary and needed in our schools?
Absolutely. As discussed last in the budget workshop, it's important that we move our system along. And so with the 2%, it's going to provide some relief from compression, but of course, it's things that we're going to have to address in the future. I can say that the 2% of midpoint as well as market median is going to make sure that the district is positioned in a very competitive stance so that we can continue to attract, but then also, again, counselors, librarians, those that, as you mentioned, pursued additional degrees or certifications. They were not included in legislation this time, but we have included them, of course, in that raise proposal.
Okay, but a 2% raise for administrators and an 8% raise for some of our teachers, that's gonna catch up pretty quickly.
It is. Yeah. It is. It's also an effort for placing emphasis back in the classroom, of course, and trying to address
Which
teachers.
I fully support.
And absolutely. And so TIA, all of those pieces. So it is going to be some compression that we just have to look and adjust to as a state and as districts across the state look at that.
Well, and as I've said before, I want teachers to get paid as much as we can give them.
Absolutely.
And counselors and nurses and librarians and all the staff members. But we have to have good administrators
Absolutely.
on campuses and in districts, or we're going to become exceptionally unbalanced.
For sure. And the compression is very impacting to morale as well as to retention. So yeah. You're exactly right.
Okay. Thank you for this report.
Thanks.
Trustee Lynch.
Looking at page 3, so the 2024-2025 schedule, that's our schedule, correct?
Yes.
Can you help me make sense of the 25-26 numbers when some of them you have a $5,500 difference, but that doesn't equate in the numbers that we're showing?
Right. So you have to go from year 4 up to year 5. So we've placed the numbers side by side, and the way the legislation is written currently is that the teachers will realize a $5,500 raise. So from current salary next year, they would realize a $5,500 raise. So a year.
So in a diagonal fashion?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Follow.
Took me a while to get that too, so I had to go back and figure that out.
Okay. And then the other ask I would have is, obviously, depending on how votes happen, but for the June 10th meeting, I would ask that we look at number of teachers we have, number of teachers that, are openings, and then kind of what that would look like over a 5-year time frame.
Absolutely.
Based on some of the decisions. And I think that would be helpful in some of these discussions.
Okay.
Thank
so
you.
5-year outlook for what that would equate to financially.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, President Martinez. Just a quick question on slide 4, please. At step 0 for Ms. Lincoln, you said 64.5 for the 25-26 school year, but we have 2 neighboring districts, which I love our neighbors, but I want to beat them.
I do too.
So is there some reason we don't throw in an extra 100 and go to 64.6?
So
I'm sorry, Carmen.
We had a hard time getting Carmen to 64.5, but we were able to get there. We can bring that back as a possibility as well. And we also don't know what neighboring districts will do because everyone's kind of in a waiting game. So I would venture to say that they would probably, increase as well. They go to 64.7, right?
Throw in 200. Okay, thank you
You're
so
like me,
much.
I'm very competitive, so.
Thank you, Carmen.
Trustee Luevros.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. On page 8, bus drivers, you have 23 and you have 8. So anybody who drives more than 8 hours?
So there will be a guarantee of 8 hours, and that's the recommendation from the Transportation Department. Current hourly rate is $22.75 an hour, but basically they are guaranteed 6 hours, 5.5 to 6 hours due to the break in the middle of the day. But this recommendation would guarantee 8 hours. And I will say, because Deputy Superintendent Spencer would say, this because of our bus driver shortage in the past, our bus drivers have worked 8 hours and more. So it's really a recruiting tool to make sure that we are able to attract more bus drivers.
So it'll be a 40-hour week.
Yes.
For them. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Great. Next, we will move on to the 2025-2026 budget development update presentation. Dr. Muller?
Yes, Carmen is going to share with us latest updates that they're coming in every day, hourly.
Yes. Good evening, President Martinez, members of the board, Dr. Molinar. I'm Carmen Arieta Candelaria, Chief Financial Officer for the district. I'm here to give a budget development update, follow up from Chief Bailey's presentation, great presentation on the compensation. So hopefully I'll be able to tie that in to what the numbers look like. But first and foremost today, I want to follow up from our conversation from last week. And today I'll give you the revenue assumptions and the expenditure estimates. As Chief Bailey indicated, this is subject to change due to the legislative session outcomes. We are still waiting. Some of the content here is dependent on the outcome at the legislature. The goal is to adopt a budget by June 10th. But just a reminder, the budget can be modified throughout the year, as you all do throughout the year through a budget amendment that's presented. So the budget is designed to be a dynamic document that can be changed throughout the year. So I just want to remind the board that final decisions, it's not final. We do have to have by state law, we do have to have a budget that's adopted. But as we've been talking about, the budget is aligned with our budget priorities. That is our number one goal. And you see our 4 priorities that are outlined there. First and foremost, our first priority, and that is student academic excellence. So what we've done in this budget is we've redirected dollars, not just federal dollars, but also general fund dollars to support the implementation of a pre-K district literacy plan, including a research-based phonics program, dollars that are allocated in the general fund in order to purchase a phonics program. We want to support the middle school block scheduling by approving middle school additional positions in order to deliver that middle school block scheduling to our students. We've also increased dyslexia support by including funding for his dyslexia screener in the 7th grade, and also a new program focused on literacy. And of course, we've invested $750,000 in a comprehensive data service to guide the allocation of resources and instructional support for students, particularly those students that are targeted in the plan for accelerated academic growth, our students with disabilities and our African American students. We need to be able to understand what resources what is the data telling us, that we can make the right decisions to direct resources to those areas that are in need. Priority 2, our student and family engagement. We want to align our wraparound services to students, for students to support student literacy. Teleteachers, some of the initiatives that have come forward are Fort Worth After School, our Roller Readers Transportation Literacy Initiative that also is in line with our Priority 2. We also want to increase family engagement, support for literacy events. We also have our family engagement specialists that we've included in the budget and assigned to campuses to provide support and to encourage attendance and also to participate in family engagement events. And we also want to build business and community partnerships through increased engagement opportunities led by our superintendent and some of the initiatives that she's bringing forward there. Priority 3 is, of course, our employee effectiveness and retention. Increased teacher residency program to advance teacher pipeline. We already included over more than $1 million. We've added another $200,000 into that program to continue to grow our own, and that is in the talent management budget. We also want to leverage our teacher incentive allotment, TIA, to increase teacher effectiveness, retention, and compensation. $2.7 million of our budget is added this next year in order to continue to leverage the TIA. Chief Bailey went over the compensation increases for all employees to align with the comprehensive recruitment strategies to make sure that we continue to remain competitive. And we also, there's additional dollars to support our principal residency program, not just from the grant standpoint, but there's also some monies in the general fund budget to support that. Overall, there'll be an increase in the talent management budget, again, due to improving retention and recruitment efforts. Priority 4 is our operational alignment and efficiency. You'll see that we want to implement a district facilities master plan to create greater spaces and better schools, and so there are some costs related to that in the budget. Of course, increasing safety and security allocations to align with district and state standards. You'll see in that particular function a growth of $812,000 in that function 52 that addresses additional costs related to safety and security. We want to make the right investments in transportation to improve our bus maintenance and on-time delivery of students. So you'll see some changes there in the transportation budget. And of course, we want to make sure that any budget proposed maintains our recommended level of fund balance. Looking at our key revenue assumptions that are built in the budget, and you'll see later on in the presentation more of a visual year-over-year look, but what's in the budget and what drives the expenditures, or actually supports the expenditures, is some of these assumptions. First and foremost, we know that we're losing enrollment. So we budgeted a loss of 1,384 students with an ADA estimated loss at 90.5% of 1,253. That alone, an estimated basic allotment loss is $7.72 million. We did have a slight increase in preliminary values that came over from the TAD, the Tarrant Appraisal District, 1.8% increase from April 2024. You won't see much improvement there, but you'll see an improvement in the tax collections. Investment earnings budgeted at $16 million. We continue to invest dollars in order to be able to generate this kind of interest level. I talked a little bit about the TIA increase from 12.2 to 14.9, that $2.7 million increase there. We have another increase in our recapture of approximately $1.8 million. Again, that is dollars that comes in, but then goes back to the state as part of the state law related to recapture. We have been experiencing, as many of you know, you've been hearing about SHARS and Medicaid reimbursement. There was a major change in the claims processing procedures that's resulted in an estimate reduction of $5.2 million. What's not included in our budget that we're bringing forward is, of course, the compensation. As presented, Chief Bailey did a great job of laying out the foundation of what the compensation plan will look like. But the budget currently does not include any salary increases, stipend, market adjustment, and related benefits. I also want to call your attention on the proposal that the $20,680,000 is flowing through the formula is not an increase in the basic allotment. It's an allotment. It's called a teacher retention allotment, and it's calculated by the state, but it does flow through the formula. The law proposed does not include any coverage of benefits, so that $20 million that's in the House bill does not include benefits, so that comes out of the local share. So just wanted to bring that point up, because that's about $2 million just related to that increase. There's also no proposed increase in the district's TRS active care contribution. Currently, we don't know what that's going to be. We believe we'll get that number on June 3rd. But over the last 2 years, we have covered the entire increase for the TRS active care, the primary benefit, and most of our participants from Fort Worth ISD participate at that level. And that was a 44-month increase per year. That was a 44 per month increase per year. And then, so that was a combined total of $88 that we contributed back to employees. So total 2-year cost was $6.4 million. There's also some one-time non-recurring capital expenditures, such as turf field replacement, track repairs, and infrastructure, that we're going to come back, we're going to evaluate and see where we end up the year to see how we can cover those additional costs or propose other recommendations. So this is the look at the general fund comparison, and what we've provided for you today is first and foremost looking at our actuals from our general fund as audited from 23-24, where we ended the year with a $823.4 million revenue and $850 million expenditure, for a loss of $27,217,000. That brought our beginning fund balance from $401 million to $374 million. In 24-25, we had projected a deficit budget spend of $17,650,000. Over the course of time, we've amended the budgets. One of the main adjustment was in the fall, where we rolled over approximately $28 million worth of carryover. And so that brought our deficit up to $45,911,000. Where we think we'll end up the year is, as I had informed the board last meeting, we think we're going to end up with about $828,783,000, primarily due to tax revenues being under where we originally estimated. You'll see that difference there of about $6 million. And again, that's due to the tax refunds that we continue to have to pay back. So that's about a $6 million loss there, but a $3 million improvement in our expenditures. So we think we're going to end up at $877,178,000. That's predicted based on if all of our encumbrances actually get cleared out. So we'll end the year at $48,394,000. So we'll bring that fund balance down from $374 million to $326 million. So our proposed general fund under the current law is $826,172,000 of revenue and an expenditure budget of $869,731,000. So proposed deficit budget of $43,559,000. So going into looking at our proposed budget, looking and comparing the 24-25 original budget to the 25-26 proposed budget, you'll see that year over year and the changes between the sources of revenue and also the comparison between the functions. So you see, I'm now going to go into a little bit more detail in both, but here you can see that over year, you see where I pointed out the security and monitoring services, for example, function 51 of $811,000 increase. I'll go into a little bit more detail here in the expense side. But first, I'm going to start with the revenue. Again, looking at the last column. Here we have a slight change from our revenues that we projected. We received a new template. We revised the comptroller's value that's used in the formula. And so we feel very comfortable with this number, a lot more comfortable than we did, and particularly when you look at the tax rate. So I'll be going into that. So we think we're going to be at $826,172,122. Again, no change in the enrollment. So this is the visual that I talked about. And as you can see, year over year, very small change here between the original budget from last year to this year's, only a $400,000 change. But you see some of those fluctuations there, particularly in the second line under the taxes under prior years. That loss of $2.7 million, we elected to budget that at zero because of all the refunds that we've been receiving. We don't think we'll get any revenue in that line, in that particular line item. And then you can see some of the changes related to the state revenue. And of course, you see those two drops in the federal, $8.9 million of federal revenues that we've lost, 3.7 related to the indirect cost, which we don't anticipate because we don't have ESSER funding. That's one. And then the second one is the SHARS revenue, the $5.2 million, where we originally anticipated 8.2, and now we're at 3. 2 years ago, we were at 11. Then we went to 8.2, and now it's 3 million. So just significant reductions there in the federal revenue. Recapture, this we decided not to estimate the House Bill 2 because it's been fluctuating so much. So we just decided let's just stick with current law. Let's present what current law is and what's in our budget, and that is that $9,987,912, which seems to be more in line with where we're going with regards to recapture. So that means that that's the amount of money that has to be sent back to the state. This year, we anticipate it's going to be about $6,115,000, down a little bit from budget of around 8.2, 8.4. That's down to 6.1. I want to talk a little about, this is the same slide from the last time we revised it slightly downwards to accommodate what our estimate was. Again, we feel very comfortable with that, the PTAD preliminary value, which is the T2, which is used in the formula. The TAD value is what, the certified values is what we collect taxes on. The T2 value is what we get funding from the state. So we revised that slightly in order to accommodate our new template. And then here are general fund revenues. Talk a little bit about this. I wanted to demonstrate here just how really stagnant these last 3 years, if you look at the last 3 columns of where our funding has been. There have been some slight changes in the funding as we have received like TIA money through the state, but overall we've been pretty stable or at the same amount this last 3 years. Investment earnings have really helped us, particularly the last 2 years, that we've been able to get a lot more money from our interest. On the gray column in 22-23, we did have about a $33 million adjustment that helped push those revenues. So that was more of a one-time adjustment, and that's why you see that spike. If we hadn't had that $33 million, it would have been $802 million, which was pretty much in line with where revenues were going year over year since 2021. So we really haven't had too much revenue come into the district, new revenue. So here's looking at our expenses. Great news here, particularly when you look at how our division of where our dollars are being invested. And if you look at the instruction part, which is comprised of functions 11, 12, 13, and 95, you see a 2-cent growth. That is significant, a 2-cent growth in our investment in instruction. And so that was a 2-cent from prior year. In instructional support, half a penny drop there, a third of a penny in central support, 1.4-cent drop in district operations, and then a slight growth into debt service and other. This is what it looks like from a year-over-year comparison. So you can see from a dollar perspective, you see our focus on priority one as we shifted more dollars back into the campuses, back into instruction, $27.5 million, and this is the general fund, of dollars that are allocated and that have been allocated to instruction. And you see some of the other changes, even in instructional support, where we did see a slight increase of $476,000. So overall, the change was $25,523,000. Now, how are we going to fund the budget for this coming year? Well, if you recall, going back to our actual at June 30th, 2024, we had about 150 days of unassigned fund balance. We projected at 6/30/2025 about 140 days. And so we are estimated to be at 136 days. Some of that growth some of that decrease in the number of days is due to the growth in the value of the day. So it's around 136 days. We projected that our total fund balance would be $327 million back in August. We're at $326 million, so really right on point. But looking at where we would end up with this budget projected at June 30th, 2026, it would take 23 days. And so our fund balance that would be projected, it would be $282,503,000. And our unassigned fund balance is $269,487,000. So 113 days is where we think we would end up with this budget. Now, there are opportunities to close the gap, and these are some of the opportunities that we have in the House, in the current House bill. So there's 3 particular areas, not just the House Bill 2, but also the Senate bill. First and foremost is Senate Bill 260, which increases the safety allotment from $10 to $14, and increases the amount of the campus allotment from 15 to 37. So there's about $3.2 million there to that fills that gap for what's already in our budget, what we've already set aside in our priority for safety and security. There's 2 factors that impact our priority one, and one is the reimbursement for special education evaluations at $1,000 per evaluation. The estimate from the legislative run is $2,429,000, and then that would go back to providing for our special education expenses that are already included in the budget. And then the basic allotment increase is $55 that's being proposed. There is some impact to the other weighted allotments like bilingual, special ed, comp ed, gifted and talented. Those are all included in the weighted allotments, but we're already spending more than the requirement. And so this would just add to the dollars. Or to that gap. And again, those dollars are already being invested in the things that we need to advance our priority one. So overall, we think there may be a potential add back to the general fund of $13.3 million there. Again, this doesn't include the compensation, but if we would have to add that back in. So I think when all the dust would settle, we're probably about $1.5 million that we would claw back from that $43 million deficit. On the debt service fund, this is what I had presented at the last meeting. Again, the focus here is really on that $21 million that we would have an opportunity there to potentially not do the defeasance. We had originally planned to do that defeasance in June of 2026. However, there is House Bill 2 that I believe is still in there that says we would only receive funding to the extent of our required debt service, which is the $149 million. So basically, it would not incentivize us to continue to do with the defeasance. We would just pull that off the table, but it does have some implications, and I have a slide on that towards the end. Our food services budget has been predicted to be $36,622,000, and that's the same as our estimated appropriations. So we have a balanced budget there. That beginning fund balance of $12,116,000. That's all inclusive of the use of all of the excess fund balance. I don't anticipate that we'll use all of that by June 30th, but I took all that out and left that there. But I think that'll be significantly higher by the time we close the year. But the takeaway here is the budget of $36,622,000. So looking at the combined budget, it's $1,056,076,000, comprised of the general fund of $869,731,863, the debt service fund of $149,722,000, and the food service budget of $36,622,000. You will be asked to pass a budget for these three funds. So these are the three funds that's presented to you today. We're not going to pass the tax rate today. I do have some tax rate information, but again, we don't do that until August. But there are a couple things that I wanted to put out there again. That state aid modification that would disincentivize early defeasance. It does for Fort Worth ISD. Without that defeasance, our tax rate would probably decrease by another 3.75 cents, but then the tax rate for 26-27 would probably increase by 5.22 cents to 29 cents. So I'm just putting that on your radar just so that you understand why there's may be that potential volatility. Again, that assumes that the assessed valuation growth is only 2%, could be higher. But again, this year it was 1.8. So we think that the model is conservative, and so we think that that may happen. And then we are still planning, depending on the facilities master plan, how it moves forward, we still plan to issue the $461 million in authorization in January 2027. Again, we have to spend the money within 3 years, or we have to anticipate that we'll spend the money within 3 years. So we want to time that with the progress of the master facilities plan. So that's when we anticipate that we would issue. Now here's a projected tax rate. Again, we pulled everything out of House Bill 2 because we were really unsure and there were a lot of things that were happening with the tax rate, so we just pulled it back. This is what we think the current law would be. Again, this is what the template is showing. We think it's more in line with what it will be. But again, we don't know for sure. But we think under the current law, our tax rate would probably drop by 3 cents, a little bit more than 3 cents. And then without the defeasance, it would drop down to 99 to under $1 combined, so over 6-7 cents. But again, we won't know that until August. We do receive our certified values on July 25th. And then in August, we get our maximum compressed rate from the state. So we won't know that until that time. Here's 3 more dates. Key dates are June 2nd is when the legislature ends. June 3rd is when TRS will release the premiums. And then on June 10th, we'll come forward again and ask for your approval of those budgets. And then this, just a reminder of certain key deadlines that go beyond the tax adoption, the budget adoption, give you some key dates for the tax rate. We are planning to publish Our notice, you'll see it in the newspaper next week, towards the end of the week. And so we'll be publishing with these numbers. We're required to make a notification to the public 10 to 30 days before we adopt a budget. So we'll be preparing that notice based on these preliminary numbers. So with that, are there any questions? I know I went through that very, very quickly.
Trustee Dar? Thank you, President Martinez. You mentioned on page 3, the family engagement specialist. Is that something that every campus will still have provided to them?
Yes, I actually have where they're located. Let me just find that quickly. So the family engagement specialists are located at the 11 middle schools and all of the 47 elementary schools. So all of the comprehensive middle schools and then 47 of the elementary schools.
So we, after our ESSER funding was concluded, we can have a, through the Title I dollars, a family engagement specialist at every campus like we did through ESSER. So we do tier support for them, but then it is what we call our Title I menu for our campuses to be able to utilize the funding that's allocated to them through Title I if they choose to purchase a family engagement specialist.
So 47 of the family engagement specialists are provided by, through district dollars.
And then
And
11 at
the middle school.
Our middle schools.
And then other family engagement specialists are at the discretion of the principal as to how they're using their Title I funding?
Correct.
Okay. The last week, we got a report. I went back and looked at last week's report, and at that time, we were anticipating an increase in the basic allotment of about $340.
Yes.
And the difference a week can make, because now we're anticipating an increase in $55. So that's a significant decrease.
Right.
I know that you're hesitant to factor in any kind of new law. Is that $55 factored into these numbers in any way?
No, it's not. There's a slide where I notated that's about $7.2 million of new money. And really, I think the different, so the last bill, or the last reiteration of the bill, had that significant increase, but then they required 40% of the money to be used for compensation or for salaries for teachers, nurses, counselors, librarians. So that was pulled out of the bill and created a teacher retention allotment that is funded and also flows through the formula, but it's a separate line item. And so that's how it was structured. So the legislature appears to be wanting to make sure that those dollars are put into that particular line item. So they pull the money from the basic allotment and then will distribute it in that manner, as opposed to a basic allotment increases. So it does take away our flexibility to be able to put dollars where they're most needed, or where the district would place those dollars. So it really means that it's $13.3 million in additional funding. But again, $2 million of that money would have to be used to support the benefits for that $20 million increase. So if and there are other nuggets in the bill that we'll have to look to see how we can garner those dollars. For example, there's a retiree rehire provision, so that we do hire retirees in specific areas. And so we could maybe have some offset of those, but not enough for us to be able to identify what that funding would be.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Lynch?
Yes. Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate the report and wanted to try to make sense a little bit of some of the big numbers because obviously the deficit, we're doing a lot of things to address student outcomes, but just trying to look at some of the big rocks. And can you speak to a little bit Function 11 instruction, what all is included in that?
So what's included in there is primarily teachers and teachers' assistants, and then instructional materials, instructional technology, all of the expenses that tie directly to classrooms.
Okay. And this might be maybe a question for Mr. Bailey. How many teachers do we have in the district right now?
4,700 is what he
4,700.
indicated.
Okay. And is that 4,700 filled positions?
No, that's actual numbers, 4,707, but we have just about 5,000 total positions in the districts and teachers.
Okay, so 5,000 is the budgeted number, and we've got 4,707 currently?
4,707, somewhere in that neighborhood is what, and that fluctuates, of course, based on enrollment. Because that is inclusive of SPED as well as our federally funded teaching positions, so that's inclusive of all.
Okay. All right, so it includes, I mean, when you're doing the math, do you guys look at I know you presented 2 meetings ago about student ratios. That ratio looks awfully low to me. As when we look across, is that a product of having us spread out across the district? Can you speak to that a little bit as we're considering some of the decisions tonight?
So the presentation from last week did show that is a year behind, and so that's from the TAPER report. And so, of course, our new staffing guidelines and our process address this to make sure that we are trying to actually staff according to student need. And of course, the consolidation as we make better use of locations of classrooms and that type of thing, it does help in that way. So the information that was provided last week during the budget workshop was from the 23-24 school year.
In addition to that, some of our programs, our special programs, we call our singletons, they do not, of course, have a 22-to-1 or 25-to-1 secondary ratio. Some of the teachers that are counted in our counts also are part of our CTE program that has a lower ratio. Some of our fine arts numbers are lower in some of our campuses that do not what we call have full loads on our schedules as well. So to do the straight math with a ratio number, taking into account, especially at the secondary level where we have a lot of different ratios, and of course our special education.
Yeah.
Okay, so a very complicated exercise.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And then Carmen, the only other question I have, can you speak to ADA a little bit and what that number looks like, how it impacts kind of revenue for us?
Our ADA number?
Well, I think you projected 90.5, correct?
Right.
So
Yeah.
I guess I'm looking at page 9.
Yes.
Can you speak to if that, 90.5 was a 91 or a 93, what that might look like from a revenue standpoint?
Absolutely. So our budget, historically, we have budgeted, I think, probably coming out of COVID and the first 2 years, 2021 and 21-22, our ADA was hovering around 87 to 88%. And so when we started seeing a significant improvement as we started moving away from the COVID year. And so we were about 91, about 91%. So this is the first year, 24-25, that we've seen it hover over 91%. But this year and last year, we moved our enrollment assumption from 90 to 90.5. We felt comfortable in that. But anytime you go up even a half percentage, it can be substantial. It could mean $2 to $3 million more. And we could calculate what that percentage is by even a half percentage. But we are funded on average daily attendance. So obviously, as our average daily attendance goes up, then we get more state funding. And so we have done, Dr. Molinar just talked about the family engagement specialist that we leveraged to go and talk to our students and our families to talk to them about how important attendance is. Not just, it is important for funding. To me, it's more important for their learning, that they are here to learn, and the more time that they're in their seat, the more instruction can happen. But it does obviously impact our funding. The higher the attendance, the more money that we're going to receive from the state, because it is based on entitlement funding. House Bill 2019 impacted that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Absolutely.
And then the last question I have, and just, can you speak to recapture a little bit? Obviously, that's a number that's going in the wrong direction from money we're keeping here in Fort Worth. So can you speak to that and how that's impacted a little bit?
Absolutely. So House Bill 3, 2019 changed the way that we funded, that school districts and the state were funded. And so it's based on entitlement funding. So basically the number of students is what drives the amount of funding that you receive. The composition of that funding may vary from district to district. For example, if you're a property wealth state, you're going to collect more taxes than you are going to receive state funding. Well, if you collect more in taxes than you're entitled to based on the number of students, that's where recapture comes in, and you have to send that back to the state so that they can redistribute to those less wealthier property districts. Hope that makes sense. So it really just depends on the number of students that you receive. So if we wanted to see a reduction in that, two components. Number one, our values would decrease or students would increase. And so that main driver there needs to be more students or more ADA. So if we had an improvement in ADA, likelihood is that our recapture would be lower, as we saw this year. So originally, when we budgeted the original estimates on page 9, so our original budget was based on 63,102, and so at that time, our original recapture amount was $8,154,000. Now, because our ADA is up to 63,717. Now our recapture is less. Now we're projected at the 6,112,000. So that is a clear example of how ADA works and how recapture can be lowered if we have more students.
Okay. Last clarification, you talked about property values. So is it property values period, or is it taxable revenue off property value?
I believe it's taxable value it's the assessed valuation, your taxable value. That is what the marker
So
is.
regardless of how much is collected, it's just the value?
So in the formula, there is that provision for the amount of taxes that you collect, but the funding formula is driven by the assessed valuation.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Trustee Luébanos.
Thank you, President Martinez. Thank you for this report. On page 16, we see the decline of projected days on the fund balance from 150 to 136 to projected 113. How many days is it a stable fund balance?
So great question. So the markers are 60 to 90 days. So GFOA, that's the Government Finance Officers Association, and TASBO, and the TEA recommend 60 to 90. TEA actually measures us at 75 days through the first. So there's an indicator in the first rating that says 75 days. So, my recommendation would be to stick with what TEA says, which is 75 days.
Thank you.
Trustee Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for this presentation. On page 15, On the breakdown of the instructional redesign, where would the organizational chart and the money savings from the redesign be on this on page 15? And how are the new positions of the employees going back to the classroom? How would that look on this, on the money here?
I would say that most of them were in instruction or instructional support. So some of the ones were in the functions 21 and were, if they took a demo teacher position, for the ones that are funded into the general fund, they would have gone into function 11.
Function 11?
But many of those positions were from federal fund, from title. But there was a component that was in the general fund as part of that redesign. And so those changes would have affected instruction, function 11.
Okay, and then how many of the EDs and coordinators are left from the redesign? Do we know?
I don't have that specific number, but that movement would have been instructional support as well.
And we'll have new org charts. We have some current vacancies, and then some of the items I've spoken to the board about with some of the vacancies for the cabinet team as well as our leading and learning team. But we do have new org charts drafted that we'll be able to release and then be able to show the differences between the directors, executive directors, and then coordinators.
Yeah, and that would include the
cost savings.
The cost savings, and then how much it's impacting the employees that went back into the classroom. And will the $5,500 or whatever help with their salaries? And then, so like, when you do the org chart, if you can say where they were,
Sure,
where they are now,
definitely.
and then the position, the salary savings,
And then we can update you as they also start, because some of them will receive stipends they were not eligible for before. And then, of course, over the years, they'll be able to receive the teacher incentive allotment. So their compensation will continue. They have the ability to raise their compensation more over the year. And then as you see on the chart, under the new legislation, teachers are getting the bulk of the compensation pay raise. So some of our employees that are going to become demo teachers will actually have a higher pay raise than they would have stayed in the other positions.
yeah, and about how many went on to get a demo teacher position?
So we are doing our final placements. All of them were eligible to be our demo teachers, and under their qualifications, of course. And so we have those about finalized. There are some that retired, some asked to go back in the classroom. They didn't want to be a demo teacher. So once we finalize all those, we can share the numbers definitely, because that does support our priority one is student academic excellence. And of course, if someone doesn't want to be a demonstration teacher and choose to go back in the classroom, we want to honor that as well.
Okay, and then how much is a TIA? Does it depend on how long you've
Yeah,
been?
it really depends on, there's different structure with it. It depends on what the criteria they met, how much growth do they have with their students. And that's the difference between what you heard this evening with a distinguished versus an exemplary teacher. So it can range. And Mr. Bailey, we're happy to also probably bring you guys a report. We are releasing our new updated TIA numbers, but currently how many teachers do we have in our district receiving TIA?
They will definitely, I know that the number has increased with the recent designees, and so I know we're over 1,000, I believe, in the district, and so but I'll provide that exact number.
Yeah, and then to receive the TIA, it wouldn't be their first year back in the classroom. How long does?
Correct. So they have to be in the classroom for a year and be in a designated TIA core. It's core subject areas, but then we've also included other subject areas. We're one of the districts that have the largest ability to receive the TIA because we've added in so many different groupings. So they have to be in the classroom, and then they have to have a collection year of the data. and their evaluation, so then they would have to receive it the following year. So it does take multiple years to receive that TIA designation, and of course, they have to qualify for that too by the growth of their students.
Yeah, and I understand the money savings, and we need it, and we do need to focus on instruction, but I just feel badly for these employees who probably made, $8,000 to $10,000 pay cut, and that would hurt me.
So we did also keep a amount of days that we're paying them a daily rate of pay to work additional days to become a demo teacher. And what I'm really excited about is to see the academic return for our students, how we're using our support staff to work directly with our students on a daily basis.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I said I know it was necessary, but someone had to take the hit, and I just feel sorry for those people. Not sorry, but because we need everybody in the classrooms, or as much help as we can get, but it's just, the salaries are always.
I will say our model, we've had a lot of districts reach out because of how we chose to designate them to be able to be qualified as a teacher. I think definitely long-term, we can see the states going the route to compensate teachers and sustain that compensation rather than support staff and administration. So I totally agree with you, Dr. Rodriguez. But long-term, I do think that they'll have more opportunity for compensations in those roles. We also anticipate a reduction in our Title I funding, even more the following year. So that would have to be looking at our personnel that's funded by Title I. So it really is looking at how to protect our teachers and our support staff at this point.
And you said the daily rate, is that from their new salary?
Yeah, that's they get it from their new salary. So if there are more veteran teachers, and then of course, if the House bill goes into effect, the new legislation, then there are teachers who are in that 3 or more than 5 year range that you saw on the chart. Their daily rate, of course, is going to be a lot greater. And that's what their new daily rate for those additional days would be. So all that compensation is included in that daily rate of pay.
Okay, I just want if they chose these positions, I want them to be happy in the classrooms. We do not want a teacher who doesn't want to be there.
Yeah, and then especially they get the opportunity to be a hybrid and be a coach and a model. And in the next presentation, I'm going to be sharing our new instructional planning calendar, which they'll be able to model and be a great model for our classroom teachers on that campus.
And are they getting any additional support? Because I haven't done surgery in 20 years, so I wouldn't want to do that since some of these employees haven't been in the classroom in 10, 15 years. So.
Yeah, so we have our professional development calendar where they'll, of course, be trained pretty intensively around with our support staff. I see Kim and MJ out here, so that's planned, and that's really why we had the additional days that we added onto their contract days, so we could provide that additional professional development for them to make sure that we front load them with the new expectations around the instructional framework as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank y'all.
Trustee Dar?
Yes, two more quick questions that some of Dr. Rodriguez's comments sparked in my mind. With the TIA, if a teacher moves from one campus to another campus, does their TIA pay change?
It very well possibly could change. It's dependent upon the low socioeconomic level at that campus. That's the way that the state assigns the compensation. So it fluctuates every year because of the student enrollment may change. So yes, the designation follows the teacher, but the level may change depending upon the campus.
Okay. And I can't remember my other question, so that's okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, trustees? All right, well, we are up to item 6, call public hearing to order. 6A, public hearing on federal grant applications for the Fort Worth Independent School District school year 25-26. is now called to order. I will turn it over to Dr. Molinar.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Carmen.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Molinar. President Martinez, members of the board, this is a public hearing and a public comment opportunity on federal grant applications in accordance with federal guidelines. An entity or a district planning to submit a federal grant application has to afford a reasonable opportunity to the public on the application before it's submitted to the granting agency. Fort Worth will apply for several grant applications for the 25-26 school year, and we certainly welcome comments or questions regarding any of the grant applications that are being submitted. On the next slide are the federal grant applications. This is a list of all of the applications that we applied for. On the left-hand side is the grantor, whether it's a Texas Education Agency or the United States Department of Education, as well as the application name that's listed there. The 24-25 allocation is listed only for reference. We have received some of the allocations, and we will receive tomorrow. We should receive the other allocations. And then on the last column, you can see some of the applications due that are due. And these applications range all the way from the ESSA Consolidated, IDEA B, Preschool and Deaf, Perkins, Lowy, and the Indian Education Formula Grant. So I'm going to start first of all with our ESA. No, let me go back. Yes, thank you so much. Just focusing a little bit on the IDEA B formula. This is one of our primary grants where we fund our IDEA B, and that has quite a number of positions that support our special education program. So that is really one of the main grants that we pursue. And if you look total between the IDEA B formula, preschool and deaf, that's about $16 million. On the next page is just a focus on all of the ESSA consolidated. That is a breakdown of the $41 million on the first page. So we have our first Title I Part A, that's $31,829,000. And this is where we fund, we provide a campus allocation. As I talked about at the last meeting, I talked a little bit about how we actually calculate that the amount per pupil, and we contribute about almost $13 million in campuses of that $31 million. That goes directly to campuses so that they can align their expenses with their campus improvement plan. Also included in this budget for the coming year will be the demonstration teachers, the literacy demonstration, as well as the math demonstration teachers, and of course our acceleration teachers. We also have some initiative in there, the 0 to 5 program, as well as expenses that will cover some of our administrative costs. Our Title I Part D, this is for our at-risk students, and those costs help to fund some expenses related to the detention center. And so that grant is $429,000 estimated. Our Title II, Part A, the purpose there is to prepare, train, and recruit high-quality teachers, principals, and other school leaders. So in this particular grant is leadership coaching, a lot of professional development included in there, as well as the costs associated with administrating the program. Our Title III is composed of two parts. Part A, $2,642,000, and then we do have a sub-grant for our immigrant population. Included in the Title III, Part A is of course money in for dual language and to support our bilingual teacher assistant program, and then bilingual translation services, as well as to fund a summer dual language institute, and some of those expenses related to the dual language. For our immigrant subgrant, we do provide funding for supplies for our students in that particular grant.
And then in Title IV, Part A, $2,606,000. That's to support our student and academic enrichment and increasing the capacity of our school district. And so that we work collaboratively with the guidance and counseling department to structure and to create that budget to support our students and our staff at the campus level. So all of the costs associated in the strategic plan are, in all of these grants are aligned to the strategic plan. We want to make sure that all of the activities are aligned with the general fund activities, and all of these activities are included as part of our district improvement plan. And of course, that means also our campus improvement plans as well. And they're all aligned to the 4 priorities that we've outlined for you there. And on the next slide is that we do collect public input. We'll collect it today from any speaker that comes forward to present. Additional feedback will continue to be received. We've provided an email there that will continue to receive input by June 13th, 2025, and that goes right to our grants department. So with that, I'm going to close the presentation and turn it back to you, President Martinez.
Trustees, are there any comments or questions? Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, just quick math, what, 59 million in this past year dollars is what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And is that reflected in the budget, or is that a separate?
So it's all separate budget.
Okay, so as we're looking at the overall budget, the title and grant funding is all separated out?
Mhm.
Okay. Is there any risk that some of this is, could just not happen?
Yes. So we believe that the communication that we've received, we believe that for this next year, funding will be flat, relatively flat. We've received indications that that's going to be the case for 25-26. For 26-27, we are expecting a cut. I think Dr. Molinar mentioned we've been hearing 25%. So we have to position ourselves to start looking at that as well. A lot of the funding included in here, we also fund outside groups. As the private nonprofits, a share of our monies does have to go to those, and so those would also be reduced proportionately. And we do provide funding for the LAN, the Leadership Academy Network. We do provide a set aside for them as well. So there would probably be a cut across the board.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. On page 4, the ESSA consolidated grants, do you see any of this money going away with the current climate? Because I see some keywords to have a fair and equal significant opportunity, and then the immigrant subgrant. I mean, it's...
I do think that there's potential for that. Yes.
Yeah, figured. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions, trustees? All right. At this time, we don't have any public comment. For this public hearing?
Yes. I think you just need to go to the mic over there, sir.
So I understand there's a large concern with a reduction in revenue based on these, or with these grants. Has there been any calculation with the proposed implementation of the facilities master plan, how that would affect this funding as well? As an example, Disavala is a dual language program. I would imagine that would reduce the funding of these grants.
So the same rules apply at public comment now in this hearing as they do earlier, and the board cannot comment on any.
Okay, I appreciate that.
They are listening to your statement, though.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. think Heather's going to help as well.
Looking at it here.
Heather? Yeah.
Yes. So when I look at the most significant portion of this consolidated grant application, Title I, Part A, the $31 million portion, the purpose of it is to ensure that all children have fair, equal, and significant opportunity to obtain a high-quality education. My concern is that if our district closes one of its few high-performing schools, do we consider ourselves likely to obtain such a grant with a track record of shuttering high-quality education in our district? Additionally, it relates to the idea of being good stewards of the money that we get in recognizing that average daily attendance funds our district. And so when we don't have a clear sense of the schools and the contributions that they make, are we making effective choices to apply for additional funds? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no other speakers, thank you all for sharing your input. The public hearing is now closed, and next on the agenda is reports. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning board committee reports? All right, if not, then we will move on to the superintendent's report. I'll turn it over to Dr. Mulliner.
Thank you, President Martinez. Very excited this evening to introduce our first glimpse of, under Priority 1, our student academic excellence in our new instructional planning calendar, as well as our instructional framework in the areas of literacy and math. This year, for the 25-26 school year, we'll be rolling out our literacy and math. However, all of our content areas are currently working under the same structure. And this is, of course, through our K through 8. And then we will start planning with our high school and engaging our high school teachers and administrators around high school. So, take a glimpse. I don't think our clickers are working very well today. Okay, there we go. So here you're going to first see just a little summary of an instructional framework, and it really is, and we've discussed this before, around the first teach, Tier 1 instruction, where we have the lesson objective and making sure it's aligned to our Texas essential knowledge and skills, which is very important. That's how we are really measuring the rigor and the alignment of the first teach for our students. Our students need to be receiving on grade level instruction daily in the classroom. And this is where that first teach comes into play. There's 3 essential components to that first teach, the core lesson. And we'll get into a little bit more detail on the next slide. Acceleration, which is, of course, closing the gap and those prerequisite skills for our students. And then scaffolding support. That's our differentiation strategies that are all of our teachers utilize for the different tiers within their own classroom. Also, we have teachers who are certified English second language teachers that utilize these scaffold supports on a daily basis with all of our students. And then we have multiple response strategies that will show you some examples here in our new instructional framework. And then when you go after the first teach, you want to be able to tell, did our students receive that instruction? Were they able to master it? Are they maybe got some of it, not all of it? Or is there a total reteach for that student around what was just taught in that first 30 minutes of instruction? And that's how we measure it, is through a demonstration of learning, a DOL. And once again, the DOL has to be aligned not only to the rigor of that state standard, but then also what was the rigor of the lesson. And that's what we're going to share tonight, what we're providing for our teachers. Taking that guesswork out, taking some of that load off of our teachers, and providing these things for our teachers. We also have looked at only up to no more than 5 questions when we're looking the DOLs that we're going to present, and they're also going to be shared to our students around a level of difficulty. So if our students are doing well in the first 3, and then we see them struggling on question 4 or question 5, we know that they are in that tier 2 range or that tier 1 range, that they need a little bit of reteach. And we're going to show a little bit more on that as well. And then, of course, after we do the DOL, which is a very quick, and that's why we're providing it to our teachers, because this is a very quick process. Our teachers are going to be done putting our students into groups and then be able to decide if they need a reteach or they go into the challenging block. This is different than what we have done in the past by expanding that literacy block in not only elementary but in middle school to provide that small group instruction, but then being able to tier those students on a daily basis. A lot of times, many times our teachers they don't have the time to do that, or they're not able to really take that formative data and be able to change those groupings immediately. By providing those DOLs and making them very short, they're going to be able to change those groups on a daily basis. Because we know our students, just like as adults, we can do very well on one day, or we're learning something new, or we're researching, or we're reading an article, but then we could go into another article or learning something. Carmen's perfect example. Sometimes she has to reteach me when it comes to some of the budget and some of the funding formulas. So that changes on a daily basis. And that's the same for our students. We can't say a student is always a tier 2 student, because there's some concepts that even our tier 3 students are going to receive, and they're going to master, and they're going to flourish on that day. And they need to feel that. They need to feel that confidence level, and they need to accelerate on that standard as well. When we get into our next slide here, I think you guys are going to have to help me today. Yes. So when we get into our first teach, this gets into our components just a little bit more about detail. And really the main design of that first teach, as I discussed on the last slide, was the alignment and the rigor to those TEKs. The instruction must match what that TEK is saying, or we're always teaching our students below grade level material. Regardless of where they come in at, that first teach always has to be at grade level. If they're reading on a 2nd grade level, but they're in the 3rd grade, they're always going to receive that 3rd grade instruction, which is very important, because that's when the scaffolding comes in. And just like I said, some of those students will go ahead and they'll be able to master that. There's 3 essential components, of course, acceleration. That's when we're able, during that first teach, what foundational skills are they missing? And then how are we embedding that in that first teach? And you're going to see examples of how our curriculum writers have already provided that for our teachers. And then that scaffold support, what does that look like for our students? How are we adjusting our content at that time, and how are they learning it? They need to learn it more than one way. We need to deliver it more than one way. But we cannot ask our teachers to design multiple lessons within one daily lesson. So we need to provide some of those practices with them and strategies for them. And then, of course, there's multiple response strategies. You'll see on the bottom of this slide, here's some examples. These are best practices, which I know all of us have experienced and we've seen in our classrooms. Our think, pair, share, our table talk, our response card, our whip around, and then of course our quick responses. So these are some of the areas when we talk about professional development. And as Dr. Rodriguez brought in, it's like our demo teachers, teaching them and providing that professional development around these multiple response strategies. And it also encourages speaking to each other. Some of them encourage writing as well as listening. Those are all components that all of our students need to really build on literacy and those foundational skills as well. So what's new in the 2025-2026 instructional planning calendar redesign? So I want you to first really focus on the left hand of that screen under teacher benefits, because this is what you'll also see in the feedback on some of our surveys we've done. This is the benefits for our teachers. We're reducing their planning time. When we talk about retention of our teachers and recruitment, what we have been asking our teachers to do the last few years has been a lot of planning, a lot of hunting, a lot of resources, trying to plan a lesson and not spending the time on the lesson delivery of that lesson. Also, we're taking that guesswork out about the clear alignment to the TEKS. When you have to plan your own lesson, you have the components of a DOL, a demonstration of learning, as well as any assessment. You're trying to also match, is it aligned to that daily instruction? Is it aligned to that TEKS? So not only in planning a lesson, we're asking them to plan their formative assessment on a daily basis. And instead of planning time in their PLCs of writing a DOL, we're gonna hand it to them. We're giving it to you so you can plan your time in your PLCs on working on that instructional delivery and then looking at your data and your students' needs. Also, tools for the lessons. And, we have a lot of new teachers. We have teachers who are alternately certified. It's just not seeing what has to be taught. It's internalizing that. How do I teach that? Why am I teaching that? What is this calls for? What is this TEK really saying? And you're going to see a lot of examples that we've already have started embedding into this redesign. And then, of course, it's really promoting consistency of improving our consistency of that daily instruction. Right now, I can walk into a classroom on a campus and 3 or 4 of the same grade level, and we want to see different instructional delivery, of course, because we don't want to take autonomy from the teacher, but that alignment and that rigor of what that state standard is asking us to teach should not be something different. That should be on that consistent basis. And what story they're on, what resources they're using. We must be consistent with that. We're adopting high quality instructional materials. We need to utilize them because they are aligned to our state standards. When you go over to the other side of the page, when we talk about those embedded lessons, we're creating your slide decks for the teacher. They're creating the slide decks, but you can customize them as a teacher. They can go in and they can embed. That's where their autonomy comes in. They can change them. They can pick their multiple strategic response, so what they feel their classroom really does accept and flourish in. But we want to give you that framework. I don't want teachers spending their nights building a PowerPoint or a slide deck. We're going to give you the shell, we're going to give you the alignment, and then you can adjust it. That's going to save them a lot of time for instructional planning. And then, of course, best practice is a know and show chart. For those of you who don't know a know and show chart, that it's really what you display in that classroom. And this is all levels. You even see this in high school. This is a reference chart for our students. Because just like adults, we have to go back. We have to look at sticky notes. We all have journals. We all go back on our computers or our notes on our phone. Our students need to have print-rich environment. Know and show charts that they can go back and they can refer to. Instead of asking our teachers, I need you to design these yourself, we're going to already have those embedded in the instructional planning calendar and the framework. And then, of course, the access. We're going to have this on a management system that's very easy for our teachers to follow, that they can find at 1 click, 2 click. Instead of having multiple screens that they have to minimize, pull back up, go and find it, and then try to cut and paste. The lesson planning is done for the teachers. The delivery is the autonomy of the teacher. And then, of course, our hub, when we look at our instructional planning calendar at a glance, all the DOLs, teachers are now going to be able to plan weeks in advance and really be able to adjust. When they have a field trip, they're going to be able to adjust that because they're going to already know what's coming up in that instructional planning calendar as well. So it's always important, I think, that you see, like, what do we have now and what are we going to? So right now, here's our current instructional planning calendar. It has a lot of information there, but it's a lot of words. But if you look where it says Monday on with the red font there, the highlight, there's no resource links. So we're asking our teachers, we're saying, Unit 1 on Tuesday, Lesson 1, here's your story, the riverbank, here's part 1. However, the teacher then has to get out of that window, go to Amplify, find the story, pull it up. And that's just the first step of their planning, because they have to, of course, find that piece of literature, review it, and read it themselves. So you'll see here, this is what we have currently, does not have any type of links. And look at the demonstration of learning where it says DOL under the learning objective. It tells you what the student will compare and contrast two characteristics from the text using a Venn diagram. Well, right now we're asking our teachers to create that demonstration of learning. Now we're going to provide that DOL, embed it into that planning calendar. So they don't have to spend their time creating that, because that takes time too. Look, they just went ahead, they found where they could find that literature piece of that story, the riverbank, and then they're minimizing that. Now they got to go and create a Venn diagram that aligns with that story as well. So that's just a current example of what we have in place. And I want to show you a couple slides of what's coming for our teachers. Here's an example of a third grade reading. And of course, this is our first week of our 6 weeks. And this is just at a glance. This is so we can look at it at a large scale. And this is also for our administrators. When we talk about training and really building capacity for instructional leaders, this is for our principals. This is for our assistant principals as well. So they can see each grade level, what's coming up for this week. So when they're doing their walkthroughs and they're running their professional learning communities, their PLCs, they already know what each grade level is focusing on. And just so you know, this is in English and this is in Spanish. We're working with of course, our dual language teachers, our department, our emergent bilingual. So all of this is for all of our learners, as well as having that special education resources embedded into the instructional planning calendar. You'll see right away, everything is linked. When you see resource links and you see the arrows pointing out there on the week at a glance, this is for our teachers. One stop, click, it pops up. It's for our teachers, less time hunting and trying to pull all your resources down into one area. We already have it ready for you. And when you look at also your curriculum review video, this one we're very excited about. So what's better than having someone review? And just as adults, all of us have a different learning style. You're going to be able to click on the video, and we're going to have our teachers, as well as some of our demonstration teachers, our content specialists, be able to review. This is what's coming up this week at your week at a glance. This is what you're going to be teaching our students. This is what you should be seeing in the classroom. And then here's some strategies. So it's almost like an AI teacher, but it's actual one of our internal staff members that are going to be working through this. But then some of our resources already have that embedded in as well, but we're going to be able to link it in so our teachers can access that. And what a great thing for our new teachers. When they're in a PLC, professional learning community, sometimes our new teachers, they may not want to ask a lot of questions. They may be nervous, but they can go home. They can go through these curriculum review. Or when you're doing a reteach, you're like, okay, it didn't happen very well. When I look at my demonstration of learning, my students really didn't get it. Maybe I should go back and look at that curriculum review video. How did that master teacher describe it? What did I miss? What's some tips I can pull from that teacher? So all of those are different resources as well. And then, of course, when you look on the bottom of that screen, we always want to link, really research-based. Here's our grade 3 level materials. So when we talk about Tier 1 and making sure you stay on that grade level, this is the materials we're referring back to. So we're not pulling teachers pay teachers off the internet, because we know that this is aligned and it's state standards and it has the rigor to it. We also have, when you look at the year at a glance unit calendar, and then of course just our Fort Worth ISD 25-26 calendar as a whole. All of these things, if you've ever been a teacher, you have it saved on your desktop or you're looking for it. So we're putting this all in one place for our teachers going forward. When we talked about really internalizing, what does it mean to have a lesson delivery? This is an example, and this is very wordy. This isn't for the students. This is for our teachers. when they're new to the profession, they're new to a grade level, and they really want to learn, like, why am I teaching this? What does this mean? If I'm doing a classic tale, The Wind in the Willows, I know what the state standard's saying, I know what skill, but why am I teaching this? What does this look like in my classroom? So we're providing this because our teachers are continuous learners as well. And a lot of times they want to make sure that they're getting stronger in their own craft. So instead of them trying to find it on the internet or try to find it somewhere else, we're handing this to them already at a click of a button that they can sit. New Teacher Academy, we're going to be able to go through this, do the training. Here is such a resource for our teachers, but just not that, our veteran teachers who are like, this is a different class I've had before, or I have different styles of learners than I've had differently in the years past. So here's some teacher resources that's just for the teachers themselves. We've broken down our new daily. This is your daily instructional planning calendar where it will show all the way down to that tier 1, and then of course the demonstration of learning, and then going into as well that challenge part or the reteach. There's key guidances there that you'll see on that green box that's really around how to implement this, the direct links, and of course those lesson slides that teachers are going to be given that framework, that template that's pre-filled, but we're saying now you add what you need to add in for your students. But we're giving this to you to really start off your day. You'll see on number 1, you see that box number 1 where it says the teacher guide link. This is where, again, they're going to find the story exactly, so they don't have to go hunt through Amplify separately. When we look at ALPS, this is really for our second language learners, and these are great strategies like how are we meeting those needs. That's how our students are assessed for TELPAS, which is a state requirement as well for our students, and that's how our students who are emergent bilinguals were eventually able to exit them out. So these are great strategies for our teachers. And then number 2, that know and show chart that we talked about earlier, you're going to be able to click on that and it already comes up. So it's already ready-made for the teacher as well. And then the lesson slides that we've already discussed. The demonstration of learning links is really that after your first teach. And when we talked about did the students master it, did they maybe get 5 of them right? And then, or maybe 4 or 3 or 2, and then do they go into that tier 1 or tier 2 or tier 3 reteach? You'll see examples of some of those lesson slides and the know and show charts on the right hand of the screen there. And those are just some examples that our teachers will receive with this new instructional planning calendar. And then, of course, the lesson slides as well. And they're grade level appropriate. So you'll see that they're aligned to the grade level TEKS, and the slides are also grade level appropriate. After you do that tier 1 instruction, and we go into a course, how did our students do? If you look right underneath that green block where it says reduce planning time, searching for materials, look there where there's a 20-minute block for writing skills. Writing skills. Our new assessment is very heavy on writing, open-ended responses. Our students have not been writing enough. We're embedding it back into that block. We're giving resources, we're giving materials. It's already embedded in the lesson, so the teachers do not have to come up with additional writing outside of that literacy block. Or when do I fit it into that lesson? It's already fit into that instructional planning calendar for our students and for our teachers as well. And then when you look under that description, if you go almost all the way down, 6 syllable types chart. This is when we're looking at our students who need more foundational skills. And then here's some resources for our teachers to be able to provide that during that reteach. Also, this is great materials for us to give our parents, and you'll see that in some of the feedback I'm going to share in a couple slides. Our parents are asking for those resources as well. What can I do at home with my student? It's all right here, so we don't have to go and find it, locate it, and then give it to our parents. After the writing, we go into that 45-minute block of really looking into, where are students at? Is this when they're at Tier 3, Tier 2 materials, Tier 3? What is that reteach? Or for our students who didn't master it, how do we push them forward? How do we challenge them? And let me show you our challenge block here. So of course, we have our reteach block for our students that we said, for when they got their demonstration of learning, if you look over to the right, those who only out of the 5 questions get 0 to 3, we know they need a reteach. That means at least 50% of the students, the student did not get that DOL correct, so they need a reteach of that Tier 1. Well, a reteach is not teaching the same thing, but saying it louder. A reteach is like a totally different instructional delivery, so we're embedding that in for the teacher as well. This is how you reteach from that demonstration of learning. And then if they got a demonstration of learning a score of 4, if you look into that second block, then look at that activities already there. 1.1, the beginning, page 1 through 2. We're giving the teacher already what that reteach and challenge block looks like. We're giving them the lesson, we're giving them the literature piece, because they're putting them in groups. They don't have time to make 3 different lesson plans for a reteach and challenge, or a challenge block. And then of course, if they scored 5 out of 5, we want to challenge them. Those are our master students. Those are our students that are ready to move on from this lesson. So they already have their activity already mapped out there and what that task is. You'll see on the bottom, the student's going to create a visual character map, and there's a sample. So I can say visual character map, and when I look out in the crowd, you're saying, what's a visual character map, right? So we're going to be able to click on the sample if you're a teacher, and it pops up. If you're a new teacher, you're like, okay, now I got to look up what that looks like. What does that mean? What happens if they look it up on the wrong site? We need to provide that to them. We have to stop making them guess what materials and what does our graphics look like. All of this is provided for our teachers as well. So training, great questions about training. So we started with our principals just this past week on Thursday, introduced them to this new instructional framework and our planning calendar. Some of our principals who have been here a while, this is going back to seeing some things that they have seen in the past that's been provided, but definitely a lot more robust, a lot more rigorous, that we're providing now for them. But we did a training at the principal meeting, but then it's really important that we ask them for their feedback, because they're responsible for knowing how to monitor the implementation, but then more importantly, it's how do you support a teacher? How do you give them great feedback about that lesson and what they saw in the classroom? We're not asking them to just give feedback on that Tier 1 block instruction, but that Tier 2 and that Tier 3. So we have to train our principals and our assistant principals. They're the ones who are also doing evaluations. How can they evaluate a teacher if they don't understand the framework and the expectations of an instructional delivery on a daily lesson? So they will be going through extensive training. This was just their overview of the new framework. You'll see, of course, that 49% said mostly confident. Now, we didn't ask them to give feedback. If we didn't do a coaching role where they had to watch someone deliver a lesson and then coach them through it. This was just how did they feel around the implementation of a new instructional planning calendar. And then, of course, some were somewhat confident, 22%, and then very confident. And, I applaud that 2% and said not yet confident, because, really we need to dig deep. And this was just our principals, not even our assistant principals yet, which will receive training actually starting the first week in June. They'll start receiving intensive training, and then throughout the summer. And then when they come back, our principals and assistant principals return before our teachers, so they'll receive their training as well. We'll be learning together. Our teachers, we will have sessions for them. And, we don't expect perfection the first 6 weeks. We know this is a new instructional framework. We're going to have growing pains. We're going to have feedback from our teachers. We're going to need to make modifications. And our professional development days will always be around what's the expectations for our core content and implementation. Going into, staying with priority one, but want to talk about dyslexia screening. We have shared where we have put allocations for funding for dyslexia screening, and I want to get a little bit more deeper in details of what does that look like. So some of the things we have reallocated in our funding and added to our budget is, of course, adding another screening from our MAP testing. So during that beginning of the year MAP testing window for our middle school campuses, you're going to see an additional screening for our 7th grade students. Specifically, because we want to make sure we're catching our middle school students that have not been identified dyslexia. So what does that look like? So by the end of the first 6 weeks, that's September 19th, we put a date on there to hold ourselves accountable as well. We'll be looking at the beginning of the year screening for our 7th grade, looking at that data. We'll be able to inform our families if we see some concerns from that screening, as well as what targeted literacy support that we need to provide. Some cut points that we're looking at for 7th grade that could possibly be identified for dyslexia, and this is just the first step. Of course, we have to go through the whole entire process, but we're going to look at their 6th grade STAR data. Did they not meet grade level expectations? Did they score below that 20th percentile? Oh, sorry, lost my earring. Scored below the 20th percentile. And then, of course, looking at that MAP fluency, if they scored below in the accuracy of the fluency of this new screener and the oral reading rate. Those are all predictors that the students may qualify for dyslexia instruction. But during that time, when we're looking for identification, if there is a student that's ever, that we think could have a disability, we continue to review that data, and they still receive on grade level Tier 1 core reading instruction. So what does this mean? And we have some acronyms here that we want to explain. There's always a data review team on every campus that consists of our counselors, our diagnosticians, our administrators, as well as our reading and language arts teachers and our math teachers that look at our students. What we are required is called IDEA. It's Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, who may be in need of special education or some type of related services. We refer our students at that time to have what we call a FIIE, which is a full individual and initial evaluation. We are required to do that evaluation in most cases for 45 school days. Sometimes we have students have more severe needs who would need a more robust and more testing and assessment that takes multiple people to come in and do those assessments. So it could take longer than that 45 days. During that time, we work with our parents, and that's one of the things we've gotten feedback from our parents as well, is that helping them through the process, explaining the process of special education testing and making sure they know, what does this mean? What happens next? What do all these acronyms mean? What's some options for my child? What's choices? What can I expect to see? And then make them a part and engage in that child's assessment, and then putting our students in the best classroom and receiving the best accommodations that work for them. So that's something we really are committed to, is how can we communicate better with our parents, as all of our students continue to receive that Tier 1 core reading, unless our students are moved into at least restricted environment, which is our last resort. Students must continue to receive that Tier 1 instruction on grade level. Just because they qualify for special education services or any related service does not mean they should not continue to receive on grade level instruction. We just modify and we add them, we make sure that their accommodations in their individual education plan, their IEP, is being met. We did just discuss budget, so I want to share with you when we talk about funding around resource materials and requirements from the state. It really is around high-quality instructional materials. We receive, under House Bill 1605, we see what we call its foundation school program entitlements that we get funding from the state. You'll see here that we have 3 different buckets. The state will give us funding around our high-quality instructional materials according to which bucket we choose our high-quality instructional materials from. So you'll see bucket 1, everyone gets this bucket. And of course, for us, we get $171.82 per student. If our student is designated an emergent bilingual student, we get around an extra $15.50, 58% per student. So we take a snapshot of our enrollment, and that's usually around that October. We try to really maintain that PEAMS enrollment. That's the last Friday in October. We take a snapshot of that to try to figure out how much funding would that be that we get from the state. And then, of course, we add in how many of our students qualify for emergent bilingual services or qualify under that qualification indicator. And then we add in that number. You'll see that formula there that we would get for math and reading over about $12.6 million from the state. That still does not cover the needs for all of our instructional materials for our students from, of course, elementary into high school. So then the state gives us an option for a second bucket here, and that's an additional bucket if we adopt materials that's been approved by the State Board of Education. And you'll see some of those currently listed. There's Bluebonnet Learning and Reading, and there's Bluebonnet Learning and Math. And then as well, we have some algebra and some Spanish materials as well. If we choose to adopt materials from that bucket, then we can have up to $40 additional per student. So we can have about $5.7 million additional funding from the state if we choose from the second bucket. And then there's a third bucket, and that is where the State Board of Education has additional funding as well, and you'll see the amount there is looking at about $1.4 million for printing cost only if we choose the State Board of Education's curriculum that they have decided as a state they consider for additional funding sources. So we are up this year for a math curriculum for our elementary and middle. So we are looking at the Bluebonnet Learning Math, which is considered a high-quality instructional material. And so why Bluebonnet? So we actually have had multiple sessions with teachers and principals that have been invited to preview our math curriculum to look at what are we choosing for math and what do we want to adopt going into the new school year, the 25-26, and then what type of funding can we expect to receive from the state. So Bluebonnet is fully aligned with our TEKS, and we talked about the importance of that, of being aligned to make sure we're aligned with those state standards. It also already has assessment items that are aligned to STAR 2.0, which is the redesign of STAR. So there's already assessments built into this. So our students are seeing assessments that they will see on STAR. And also we have improved teacher support. So as we're rewriting our instructional framework and our instructional planning calendar, some of the supports that we already shared in those other slides are already embedded in this math curriculum as well. And then it has, of course, a lot more support for our bilingual, emergent bilingual students, as well as our students who have historically struggled with math. It has a lot of this, what we call our wraparound at BAT, as well as a term we use when we say our students are missing some of those foundation. It cycles back through for our students, because we know with math, if you are weak in subtraction, it's going to impact you with division. It's going to impact you in multiplication and with word problems. So it goes back through a cycle with making sure those foundation skills are continuously taught and brought back into the classroom as well. And then, of course, Bluebond has the same course and lesson structure of our current version. We use Eureka Math and Carnegie Learning currently for elementary and middle school. Those two resources are not considered State Board of Education approved. However, when we look at the Bluebonnet Learning, the structure and the versions are almost identical to Eureka and Carnegie. This is a huge benefit for our teachers, so they do not have to learn an entirely new curriculum. So they're really concentrating on the supports in the instructional planning calendar and the framework that we're embedding in for them. So it's not learning a totally new version of a curriculum and how it is set up as well. Why now? And this is very important. If there's a better resource for our students and we're getting funding from the state, it's our obligation to put that in front of them and to make sure our teachers have the best curriculum and the best resources for our students. It's just not about funding. It's about what are we providing and giving our teachers? How are we providing those resources? And then asking them to deliver that instruction to our students. It's our obligation if there's something better out there to utilize it for students as well. So our assessment calendar going into the 25-26 school year, we have been listening, and we know the quarterly assessments were very, very long. They were taking longer than original intent, and we do not want shut down assessments where we're taking time from instruction. So we're writing 6-week assessments. We are on 6 weeks grading periods. We're not on quarterly grading periods. So to have quarterly assessments, it's not aligned to our grading system as well as our instructional planning calendar. We'll be moving to our 6 weeks assessments that are already embedded in the curriculum, that are assessing the curriculum that we have taught for that 6 weeks in that instructional planning calendar. Because remember, we're giving you a 6-week outlook. So that assessment will be addressing just what was taught in that 6 weeks. So when we're talking about alignment on a report card, and we have heard this from our partners at Parent Shield as well as other parents, my students are bringing home all A's, but they're reading below grade level, maybe 2 grade levels below. These 6-week assessments and the grades, this is where we need to start the work of the alignment. If whatever they're getting on that 6 week, when we look at their 6 weeks grading, we should start seeing that aligned. There should be no surprises at the end of the 6 weeks. And as we do those demonstration of learnings each day, we're able to see our students, the ones who are struggling, and automatically and immediately intervene with those students as well. Also, you'll see that our NWEA map will be administering across the district on the same days. We do these windows, and when we do the windows, our campuses have now started doing shutdown days for map testing, and that's not what map testing is supposed to be about. We don't need to shut down for map testing, so we're embedding it into our instructional planning calendars, but we're saying on this day, this is the grade level we're testing, and then we're able to pull that data. When we do windows, we're waiting 2 or 3 weeks to get that data back. Data is only as strong as when you're able to utilize that data and then intervene and do something with that data quickly. Having those type of blocks on the calendar for 2 to 3 weeks, we're waiting too long to be able to know where our students are at, beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year, and then looking at those projections. And that also will help us when we need to talk about doing reteach lessons, and where's our strengths for our students and where's our weaknesses. Our benchmarks, we've replaced the third 6 weeks and the fifth week's assessments to avoid duplications of testing. So you won't see a 6-week assessment, that third 6 week or the fifth 6 weeks. And we hear you about benchmarks, but when we didn't do benchmarks as a district, campuses were given their own benchmarks. They just weren't telling us about it. So now when we put them on the calendar and we're monitoring it and we're looking at the data and it's our job to say, this is what the benchmark data reflects. Now, what do we need to do in our written curriculum to address those gaps and give the teachers reteach lessons according to the benchmark? The December benchmark is now a mini benchmark, and our teacher, Mr. Scott Blanco Davis, I wish he was here this evening, but we will only be testing on that December benchmark what was taught the first semester. Because he's right. Why do you give a full benchmark that covers an entire year at a grade level where you did not test? You did not teach that content. So the December benchmark will only be on the tested items from the first semester. That's it. It doesn't need to be a full 4 hours because it's not going to be a assessment that long. It's only going to be what was taught that first semester. And to his point from the last meeting, if we have students who are in accelerated classes, we're not going to go back and benchmark a student on a 7th grade assessment if they're really going to be taking a high school STAR exam, because we're wrapping in those 6-week assessments. We don't need to do that. We already know where the gaps are. We need to stop testing as much, but use the assessments we do have in place to provide that support and that acceleration for our campuses. And then we're working and we're going to be training all of our testing coordinators and our principals and assistant principals on what does that testing look like and how it's written into the instructional planning calendar to be able to stop doing these shutdown and we test all day. Students can't move around. We have modified schedules that day. We test, we assess, and we go back to teaching. And our instructional planning calendar will demonstrate that as well. So what will our public see and what will our board see? This will be in a different format, but this is really around that operational alignment and efficiency priority 4. Once we finalize our board dates and adopt those, here you're going to see our strategic plan. We're going to be bringing it back for our stakeholders as well as our board, doing reports around each of our priorities. But we have drafted out around our assessment calendar what you will see coming forward for the 25-26 school year. Of course, I'll continue to do the superintendent report, but it'll be a lot more focused around our assessment calendar and monitoring. And with that, we have started building our progress monitor and our dashboard around what are some of the things we want to see and working on that for our forward facing. Attendance, as we know, that's very important. And yes, we do get funding for our ADA of our students. And funding, of course, is something we're in desperate need of. However, what's more important is our students are here to learn, that they're here to receive that instruction on a daily basis. So here's just some glimpse of some of our dashboard that our public will see. What's our total absence rate? And we can look at the day of the week and look at trends. And then you'll be able to drill down by school. What does that look like by school? And then, of course, if they're excused or unexcused absences as well. And then on the other side, on the right-hand side, you're going to see that map growth. So this is our academic, and there's lots more dashboard. I'm just giving you a glimpse of some of our first ones that we're working on right now. What's the performance level? So we'll take the goals from our district strategic plan, as well as aligning that to our state standards, and then looking at our map growth and be able to say, what do we consider our red, yellow, green, and be able to show overall achievement on those beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year assessments as well. And then, of course, looking at our average RIT score, our students should be growing, and our students below grade level, on grade level, and above grade level. So, and then we'll actually, our parents will be able to go in and actually click on their student as well. But here's some of the dashboard looks that we're starting with. So when we go into priority 2, student and family engagement, one of the things in our district priority was really talking about how do we have our students participate and make sure they're engaged in school, because students who want to be at school, they're going to engage, they're going to come to school. When we look at currently our offerings, we know in our middle school, which is an area that we really are concentrating and addressing going in 25-26 school year, not only around academics, but around engaging our middle school students and making sure they want to come to school. They do not start their athletics until grade 7. So our 6th graders are there, they're looking at our 7th and 8th graders. They're, part of this school community, but they're not able to engage in some of those UIL, athletic and those team sports. And that's really, our kids come for fine arts and they come for athletics and they come for all the extras. Now, some come, thankfully, for our core content areas and reading and math as well. But how can we continue to keep our students engaged in school? So we'll be piloting beginning this fall. You'll see our schools listed below of how we're utilizing that sixth grade time block, move into wellness to really push in some pre-athletics that we already see our 7th and 8th grade doing UIL sports. So we are looking at participation from our campuses in that 7th and 8th grade sports, and those are ones we're going to be embedded in. It's just a pilot. We want to see if it works. We also know we're changing our schedules for our middle schools when we're doing our double block around our literacy and our math. Some of the criteria, of course, was representation across the district. So we want to see how this works across our different district and different areas of our city. But then you have to have the capacity on the campus too. When we look at our campus capacity, do they have the capacity to be able to do some of these in the gym? What does that look like? Fields. So our athletic director, executive director, Coach JJ has been working with our leading and learning team to work on this. And then, of course, the staff structure as well, because we want to make sure if we're doing this pre-athletic in 6th grade, that we have the qualified and knowledgeable coaches to be able to embed this into our 6th grade as well. So when we talk about budget planning and public input, and we ask for feedback, I really hope these slides show you that we're listening. And we've already started putting some of this feedback as we're finalizing our budget, but how we're looking into our instruction planning calendar as well as compensation. So we have done this, I think, about 4 meetings now with the QR code, asking for feedback. These are the top 3 that came out of 537 participants. But if those of you who participated, we used Thought Exchange, which is not necessarily a survey. It's really open-ended, where you give your thoughts, other people get to rate it, and then you get to give another thought. So when you see those ratings, we had close to 10,000 ratings where people interacted around the feedback that was through this thought exchange around what should the district consider when they're creating the budget next year. Staffing and retention was definitely number 1 that you'll see there. Allocating funds for competitive salaries, teacher support systems to retain high-quality staff. Teacher raises, more than 3%. Mr. Bailey showed that today, and if legislation passed, we're meeting that criteria. And then recruitment and retention of our quality employees when we're expanding that teacher incentive allotment. When we're looking at ways that we can incentivize our teachers, when we're adding in different stipends, increasing stipends to be competitive. That's also recruitment and retention as well. We need more bilingual teachers and special education teachers. We've heard our parents from De Zavala asking to expand dual language. We do not have enough bilingual teachers now. When we expand a program like dual language that is not required by the state, it's hard to expand a program when we already know we don't have the staff to fill it. So we have to be strategic, so that's why we're increasing that compensation around that bilingual stipend as well as our special education stipend as well. You'll see the breakdown there with our participants. Our employees definitely are our highest rated participants there at 68%. But I love how our parents are starting to increase at 34%, and then our community members as well. Just to show here, when we pull out our parents, and this really tells a lot of what how our parents feel about our campuses and our teachers. Our parents are saying teacher retention, That has to be a top priority. That means the most important part of the district are our teachers. That's what they told us. They also said the students and their teachers are why this district exists, and they are correct. They are correct. Our teachers and our students are why we are here as well. And then, of course, address the staffing challenges proactively, competitive teacher pay, as well as classroom support and workloads. So when we see that workloads, this is what we were looking at when our team was restructuring this instructional planning calendar and this framework. What can we take off of our teachers? What workload can we take off of them? Instead of spending more time planning, they're spending more time on different lessons, or they're working on the delivery of it. They're making sure they're comfortable with that content. They're reviewing that literature piece. They're getting their know and share chart. I'm probably saying it wrong now, I've talked too much. Show and tell chart and their slide decks. They're really working to hone that in to become expertise on the delivery of the lesson and not the planning of the lesson, not writing the lesson plan. The lesson plan's for you, UEA. We're not they're not spending time on the lesson plan. We're taking that off for them. So that's how we're addressing some of those challenges and being proactive. And then, of course, we're looking at our community members. They want high dosage of interventions for our struggling readers. By extending those blocks and putting that instructional planning calendar for some of those reteach, that doesn't mean it always has to be done by the teacher. After you do that demonstration of learning, we're going to be able to know which students are in that tier 2, tier 3. When we're able to put in that push-in support for our campuses and for our teachers, and even with our volunteers, we already have those students identified on a daily basis. We already know when that block is happening on every campus and every classroom because it's structured now. When we say, I need push-in support this tier 3 in this classroom, we can tell you almost to, within the exact 10 minutes, this is when it's happening in Miss Watson's class. So this is when we can push in. This is when we can do those interventions for our students. And then, of course, our teacher and our maintenance pay increase. And you saw that as well when we looked at our bus drivers. So I'm going to switch away from the teacher side to the maintenance and our auxiliary side. Yes, $23 base pay. But we did not say base pay enough in that presentation. So we're raising it to $23. That's the minimum base pay for bus drivers for 25-26 school year is what we're proposing, in addition to the required 8 hours. Some of our bus drivers have been with us for a lot longer, so they are way beyond that 23 base pay as well. So here's some comments. Part of that budget planning public input that we did ask about was specific. Give us specific open-ended feedback. And here's some of the things that not only our teachers said, our parents and our community members, and a few of our students. They would love more school organized events that focused on how to give resources to our parents and teach our parents how to implement that at home. Those are easy things that we can do. Our family engagement specialists are fantastic. Our instructional support personnel are fantastic with that. And you already saw in the instructional planning calendar how we've already embedded some of those resources for our teachers to be able to provide to our parents in addition to that. They want better apps for better communication with parents. So that's what we're going to start exploring. A PTA at the campuses for a better school connection. We actually met with our PTA group yesterday. It was our final meeting. We meet with them on a monthly basis where we do what we call our PTA roundtable that we have continued on and we have committed to continue. How can we establish more PTAs at our campuses and really help? What's the role of the PTA as well? And what's the role of the campus with the PTA? And then, of course, we saw campus administrators need to be more welcoming to parents. And that one really hits home because if our parents don't feel welcomed on our campuses, they're not going to engage with us. So that's definitely some culture and climate building we need to do with our campus administrators as well as our front office staff. How can we go through, and it doesn't mean they're not nice and it doesn't mean they're not being helpful, But the feedback is the feedback, so we need to listen to that feedback. And maybe it's becoming, we have a more structured way. How do we greet our parents? How do we answer our phone? What's the expectation of returning that phone call? When do we answer the phone? So how can we provide that customer service and those components and those modules to make sure our parents feel that they are welcomed on our campus? And then, of course, I love this one, the YouTube videos, how to use the dashboards. You're right. Like, we need to be able, just like we want to give our teachers those videos to be able to do the content curriculum reviews, how can we add more videos for our parents and our stakeholders so they don't have to call someone or they don't have to send an email? We have a resource library, like, how do I get on the, we have a few, the parent portal, which is very cumbersome, and we know it. We know we need to change from parent portal. We just can't right now. That's a whole different system, and that's a very expensive system that we need a budget for and plan for. But how can we make it easier with some videos for our parents to support them? And then, of course, more communication. And this one, secondary campuses, get ready for. We want more family-friendly events, not just at secondary, twice per semester. You know what that's telling me? Our parents in our community, they want to be engaged in our secondary level. They're asking, this is not just elementary, we want to be engaged in our students' middle school and high school. So can you organize these events and have them 2 per semester as well? And then, of course, we implemented our first parent-teacher conference this year, and it went great, but we always ask for feedback, and we're still getting that feedback because that came from this survey about, please highlight 3 positive about a child in one area of improvement, and then to see the admin in the hallways as they're walking in to welcome them. So, as a parent, we all want to hear some good things about our students, and that's anybody as a person. Always want to hear the negative or the improvement, but give the positive, because all of our students, we saw this evening tons of students that we recognize. And that was just our athletics and our scholars, our athletic scholars. And over the course of this year, we have honored so many of our fine arts students as well as our other UIL competition. The talent is in this district. We need to promote the talent and praise the talent and make sure our parents know the good things that are happening with their students. During our community meetings, we have been asking our community stakeholders and our parents, when we talk about increasing enrollment, what are some of the areas that we see our wait list? We see a very robust wait list for our Young Women's Leadership Academy and Young Men's. So when we look at our buildings for repurposing and how can we draw back enrollment, just not internal enrollment, but outside enrollment or charter school back into our area, we ask, what's the interest level around the Elementary Leadership Academy for a Young Women's or a Young Men's? Here you'll see this is still priority number 2. We asked our parents who engaged in our stakeholders to put the grade level that they mostly connect with. So you'll see that those results on the left-hand side, and then the interest level. So 64% of the participants of this survey shared that they're moderately or very or extremely interested in a elementary version of Young Men's or Young Women's, and 36 were like, maybe, or not at all. Some are not at all interested as well, about 22%. So that's good feedback as we start looking and exploring different options. I think our ALA students from our applied learning in our middle school really sold ALA for all of us this evening. You could not have asked for, it's like they knew I was going to have this in my presentation. But it was very important that under priority 4, when we talk about that operational alignment and efficiency, what we're doing with school consolidations, we are not discontinuing our applied learning programming. That is something we are not doing. That's why I wanted to include this this evening, because there's some false information going around. If anything, we're trying to, how do we build that up? How do we make it more robust? How do we recommit as a district to applied learning? We know we have Alice Carlson. They currently have over 200 students on their wait list to get in. 200 students. There's no reason, it's not the building. All of our applied learning, if there's 200 students trying to get an ALA, our applied learning at JT Stevens and our applied learning at Riverside Applied should be full, and they're not. So we have to recommit to the program as a whole. That goes back to structured professional development. Applied learning needs to be, we need to work together. That needs to be a district-wide program and not by school where it's a chosen program. Our parents, our 200 on the wait list should say, first, second, third pick, put me in applied learning. It doesn't matter because what they're receiving, those research-based projects, and we heard a lot about it from our middle school students, they want to receive that at Alice Carlson. They can receive it at JT Stevens. They can receive it at Riverside Applied. That will eventually possibly go to Bruce Schulke or to Bonnie Bray, but it needs to be there. But how as a district can we recommit to applied learning? If we have that many students on that wait list, that means there's definitely an interest in what that program does provide for our students. And I can't reiterate enough just how proud I really am of our middle school students tonight for sharing what they do on a daily basis. And then they're receiving a new campus at Wedgwood 6th Grade Center. When we talk about efficiency and we talk about operational alignment, it is creating those spaces that are best for our students. And Wedgwood, a 6th Grade Center, definitely is a better facility for our students. That's why they're moving into that building 25-26 school year and those conditions of the facility. Those students now will have a real art room, a real fine arts auditorium. I mean, they have a regular traditional school that they'll be moving into as well. So just as a reminder, and Carmen went over this slide as well, our legislative session ends June 2nd. There's lots of bills that are still out there, and we're really hoping some of those bills allow us to be a little bit more creative with some different ideas for programming and bringing enrollment into our district that comes with funding as well, and how can we really leverage some of the funding and the bills that are outside. Of course, the bill we're looking at for compensation and then basic allotment. On June 10th, we'll have our special board meeting for hopefully the adoption and then the compensation manual. In addition to that, some sneak peeks coming up for the 25-26. It's time to revisit the threads of success. We are professionals. Education is a profession. Our teachers have multiple degrees. They put multiple hours. We are a profession. Many school loans to attest to that, right, as educators. So we're going to go back and revisit our threads of success. Our schools are professional buildings, and our teachers are professional and everyone who works. And we are delivering a service to our students and our parents as well. So we just need to revisit, what does it mean in Fort Worth ISD? What's our professional, what do we want to look like? How do we, want to appear when we're in meetings with our parents and community members and visitors, professional dress and our threads of success. So we sometimes get questions about that. We get parents questioning sometimes what threads of success really should look like, and maybe they don't witness on the campus. So we're going to go back and revisit that with some input from our staff as well. And parents, what do you need to know? That we have a lot of summer school programming, just not for interventions, but for acceleration, enrichment, hands-on activities. There's something for everyone, so it's not too late. I mean, it's hard to believe we're sitting here and we're getting ready to have our last day of school on Thursday, but it's not too late to sign up and register. Of course, and then we have pre-K seats open, and we have a spot for you to be a student here at any grade level in Fort Worth ISD. Also, we are continuing our free summer food program. You'll see here we'll be pushing out, and this will be continuously shared throughout the summer. It's really important for us that we stay committed to our students. making sure that they have breakfast and lunch during the summer. So you'll see the sites, our participation sites. We will start on Tuesday, June 3rd, and it goes all the way to Thursday on July 3rd, that they will be served. So there's no registration, proof of income, show up and you receive a free meal. So we hope our families take advantage of those resources. And that's all I have at this time.
Thank you for that very comprehensive report. Trustees, do you have any comments or questions? Trustee Dar.
Thank you for this very comprehensive report. On page 9, a couple questions. One, with the daily oral language, is that something that students will be accessing in a printable version, like on a piece of paper, or is that going to be digital?
So it'd be multiple versions, there's just not one. A lot is grade level dependent on it as well. But it's definitely, we don't want it to be cumbersome because it needs to be fast and quick. And that's why it'll already be constructed. But it will be very grade level dependent on what type of version that is.
Okay. I love seeing does a very specific designated writing time for students. Because really honestly, how can we explain to students that writing is important if we don't carve out time during the day to actually make it happen? Because telling them it's important and not actually doing it doesn't make much sense. This is an example of a third grade ELAR lesson plan. So it makes sense for writing to be there. Is writing also carved out for in other disciplines as well?
Yes, it's we're writing across curriculums. You'll see that in journals as well. And we know across our content areas, and it's assessed on our state assessment as well, to be able to respond to open-ended. So we are writing across curriculum. That is definitely something we're committed to.
Okay, excellent. You mentioned that parents would have access to this. So is this format like something that they can access online, or how would a parent access this
Parent
information?
wouldn't access the instructional planning calendar. And I'm sorry if I misspoke. We have resources in there that the teacher can provide to the parent.
Okay.
That would be easy, printable, if their child is struggling with different syllables or sounds or multiplication charts. It's already embedded in that we would be able to access it and give it to the parent as well.
Well, and I would think that tutors that might be working with kids could also use it. Would our after-school programs have access to this?
So our after-school, Fort Worth after-school program, they're working with our leading and learning team to embed our literacy. So they would be looking at some of those additional resources. And the 2 reports ago, we discussed, we have a current RFP out at how we can look at those tier 2 interventions that we already have, every student has access to. Once we have landed and identified what that looks like for each grade level, our Fort Worth After School program will have access to that because our students already have that access.
Okay. How are you, not just now, but as the year goes on, how are you planning to get feedback from teachers? Because we all know that nothing is beyond improvement.
Yeah, definitely. So that is already in the works. So they already have started working with some teacher groups to get feedback. We're happy to expand. We can do some feedback surveys. We could even put something into the instructional planning calendar. How did this lesson work for you? What's some recommendations? And monitor that feedback as well. They're also working with principals and assistant principals to get their feedback in addition to the teachers, so they can look at how can we help establish the monitoring of the implementation in addition to not just expecting the teachers, that they do it once and they're perfect at it. But how can we support them?
There are very few things I can do once and I'm perfect at. The dashboards, hooray for dashboards. When will those be public facing?
So it is, it's been my charge to them that the fall, that we at least have our, some of the ones you saw tonight around the attendance and our achievement that are around like our MAP testing and then of course our STAR. And then we'll start building out the individual ones more.
Okay, and then the moving to wellness pre-athletics, is that considered an elective in sixth grade, or is this like everybody? It's just the
just
new
part.
moving to wellness
It's
class.
just, yes. Yep.
So everybody will get a taste of what it might be to be what it might mean to be in athletics in seventh grade.
Well, and it's really around like introducing them as that and introducing them to that sport and learning some of those foundational skills that they may, some of us maybe grew up playing soccer, and then there's some who haven't. So it's really taking the time before they have to try out for the team or they're put on the A team or the B team, or that we're giving those foundational skills and they're learning the sport first. And really our hope is like, how can we, when we do become more efficient, how can we push some of that down to elementary? Because we have a lot, so many of our elementary schools participate in their own programming for sports and they play each other and they have their own leagues. But how can we become more district-wide and look at which sports we can really make sure our students are exposed to and they're learning at the elementary level.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Lynch?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Molnar. A lot of exciting stuff, and I ask questions because I care. I guess first thing, this is just a thought. One of the things you mentioned was about lesson planning, but the other side is delivery. And so just a thought of, the overachievers or the people that are planners having a way to upload maybe their way of delivering something into a portal that other teachers could access. Life happens sometimes, so just a thought. On page 14, as we talk through high-quality instructional materials, can you speak a little bit more to FS2? Is that a all or nothing number, or it's dependent upon which materials?
So it is dependent on, you have to use either the Bluebonnet reading or the Bluebonnet math there, but it's not all or nothing. We do get a portion of it dependent on the grade level, or on the content level, I should say.
Okay. And then can you delineate FS2 versus FS3? It says print cost only on FS3, so help me understand that.
So I don't want to tell you wrong. I think Mohammed, or maybe MJ. MJ, you want to explain that? The print versus the FS2 and the FS3. She was my tutor for this.
Yeah, so there are 3 different funding sources, and it works from funding source 3, and then it works backwards, right? So we start with funding source 3. In order to access funding source 3, you have to purchase the SBOE approved, what they call Open Education Resource, and so that's specifically Bluebonnet. It can only be utilized for print materials. So when they say print, it is the textbooks and such. But that $1.4 million has to just be spent specifically in that area. And if we don't utilize all of that funding, it doesn't roll over like it does funding source 2. So funding source 2 allows us to be able to purchase any SBOE approved materials, except that for this year, we are limited to those 3 things that we have an option to purchase. The beauty of funding source 2 is if we don't use it, it rolls over to the following year, where the SBO list continues to have materials added to, so that we have options to be able to maximize that. But every year we would get the $40 that's paid on September 1st.
Okay, thank you very much. And I have one other follow-up question. Get quite a few questions about, just time on devices and things. So can you speak to this type? It says printing costs. So is this a written curriculum, or is there a computer-based component to it as well as?
So there's both in it. It's currently very similar to what we have now. And that's when you see the instructional planning calendar, where you'll see a lot of the activities now are more written-based and not necessarily dependent on looking at those tier 2 interventions that were like Lexia, and where a student would just go on the computer, because that was the only tier 2 or tier 3 materials or resources that we were providing at that time. Now you'll see it's written in the instructional planning calendar for the teacher and the student to be in small group, where it's more of like 5 to 1, where their teacher, they're doing more of the printed materials and the writing, and they're speaking and listening and talking with each other.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. And then on page 16, the third one, it says NWEA map reading fluency is now for all K through 2 students and tier 2 and 3 students in grades 3 through 8. Can you compare that to what is currently happening?
So yes, the K2, we added in for reading fluency to make sure we're just being able to monitor our students more on time for those grade levels. And then we did not want to take the additional time for the tier 2 and 3 students in grade 3 through 8 by making them go through the reading fluency, because that really is a foundational skill. So we're adding that foundational skill in this year, but then students should really, I don't want to say as they assess out of it, so they do not have to take that one any longer. So this is an additional fluency that we've added in.
Okay, that wasn't there before?
Correct.
Okay, all right, awesome. Excited to see the monitoring dashboards. Appreciate everybody's work. I know that there was a heavy lift with a lot of this. And then the last thing, excited about the pre-athletics course and some of the things. I know we have a big loss from elementary school to middle school, and so I know we're putting a lot of work in a lot of different ways to create that and tell that story, so thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, thank you. On the reading block, is 20 minutes enough? Because we're...
On the writing skills?
Yeah, sorry, the writing skills.
Sure. So the writing skills is where it's designated, but it really is, when you look at some of the activities, it's really writing across the entire block of time. So you'll see that will happen in the tier 2 instruction, the tier 3, when they're in small group, depending on that grade level as well, especially for our students who are accelerated and challenged in that block. They'll have a lot more opportunities to do writing because some of those tasks are more independent. Like if you go to the right-hand side where you see the response card, that activity would include writing as well. So there's different materials depending on that multiple strategy that's chosen that does include writing in addition to just that designated block.
Okay, and this, on this, this part, the reading part or whatever, this is, how many times a week do we have?
Every day.
Every day?
Yes.
So they're going to have...
Yep, 120 minutes for a K through 3, 110 minutes, 4 and 5. Tell me if I'm getting my minutes wrong. And then, of course, am I wrong? K2, 110. And then middle school, 90, when we double blocked them.
Okay. And how are we going to monitor the implementation of all of this?
Well, that's a great question. So when we look at, that's where the training of the principal comes in, as well as the executive directors when we're looking at the implementation of it. You're also going to be able to see it through the demonstrations of learning on a daily basis to see how our students are progressing. And then our 6 weeks assessments that we have created and aligned to it will be another way to look at the implementation, because we should see that. Some of the about 2 or 3 meetings ago, I showed how the quarterly assessments started to increase, except for our secondary level, where we saw the implementation, the alignment, and the expectations really start to show in those scores as well. And then, of course, our beginning of the year, end of the year, and or really it's going to be your middle of the year and end of the year MAP scores, when we see how our students are growing. Our executive directors will have the expectation of doing their walkthroughs and feedback to support as well. And then one of the structures that are being put in place is also the calibration of looking at what we're seeing and on-the-spot coaching for our principals and assistant principals with our teachers. And that's not in a negative way, but how can we support them as the implementation and what we're seeing in the classroom. Because this is different, but we're giving a lot of support to our teachers, but we're only going to be as strong as the implementation. So you're right, Dr. Rodriguez, if we don't commit, and when I say this, like I'm being very serious as an entire district, when we talk about bold and aggressive actions for our students, if we do not commit to this as a district, we will continue to not know what works and what does not work for our kids. Right now, we cannot pinpoint what's working and not working for our students because we're not consistent on our implementation of our resources and our instructional delivery and our instructional time. And this is where we've got to come together as a district and say, this is what we believe our students deserve every single day in literacy and every single day in math, and we're going to give it to them.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that. So are we going to be able to drill down with individual teachers?
Yes.
And saying, if a teacher says, "Oh, I don't like this,"
Well,
gonna do my
we're
own
going to
thing.
support that teacher, and we're going to wrap our arms around them, but this is what Fort Worth ISD is about. And we owe it to you, the board, because the board has, you guys have approved our program change, you approved the action, you have allowed us to reallocate the budget, and the time that goes into creating this is huge. We had an external consultant in addition to our internal to help us with this, and this is best practice. This is what other districts who are growing, this is what they're doing.
Okay, and is there any freedom for the teachers, like the 5 questions or the way they?
So the DOL, we are asking that we stick with the DOL because when we talk about that implementation and consistency, we've got to get really good on the alignment of the rigor of that standard. The creativity and the autonomy comes on that lesson delivery when we talk about here's your slide deck, here's, you get to pick some of the strategies that work best for your students. Your know and show chart can look different. You can customize that. All of those multiple, like I do better with think, pay, or share in my classroom versus this strategy. So that's when the teacher gets to spend time saying like, hey, this is my strong point, and this is what my kids receive, or this is how they react better. This is what I know they need to talk more or write more. And so that's when they're able to customize that delivery of it.
Okay, and we expect this to be ready first day of school?
We are, I say we very loosely, they are working hard and getting the feedback as well. And we'll continue to continue on, write, and get the feedback and make adjustments. But I do have to hand it to that team over there, and they're not even all here. But they're doing it. Look what they've put together in a very short time. This is amazing work, amazing work.
And just one side note, I hope our IT is able to support all of this. We can't afford.
Neil Bolton is shaking his head, yes. Let that go on record.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Luapenos.
Thank you for this report, Dr. Molinar. Just a quick question on page 18 on the dashboard. Can parents use the same login information that they use for a parent portal? There has to be a new one.
No, they will, to access our new dashboard, they won't have to go through Parent Portal. That will be a different type of login that we'll work through, and we'll do a video because that was in the feedback. But they will not have to go through Parent Portal.
Okay, thanks.
We're not getting away with Parent Portal. We've got to transition our programs and our dashboards because there will be things in Parent Portal that may not in the first year, second year be built out in this new dashboard. So we'll keep that in play. But our hope is that we transition more to this dashboard as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments regarding the report? All right, we are moving on then. Next is item 10, comments by board members or superintendent on current district activities and announcements. Are there any comments from trustees? Trustee Jackson.
Thank you. I think we have a few pictures of Battle of the Books, which was held last Thursday, May 15th. We had 895 students, 60 schools from elementaries, 15 schools, 185 students from middle school, 10 schools, 75 students from high school. TCU hosts this for us free of charge, but it was developed by 6 of our librarians. So this is a proprietary Fort Worth ISD program, which is pretty cool. I want to congratulate the winners for elementary. Third graders were Tanglewood. Fourth graders were Lily B. Fifth graders were Harleen Beal. For middle school, sixth grade, Applied Learning Academy. Seventh and eighth grade, YWLA swept. And then high school, YWLA again. So congratulations to all, and a special thanks to Jana Hunt, who is the librarian at Trimble Tech, who was one of the original 6. So thank you.
Trustee Luabaras.
Thank you. I believe there are some pictures about.
You get the pledge. It's 5:30
About
again.
Alice Contreras. Yeah, thank you. With access to books at home, kids with access to books at home are more likely to develop positive attitudes toward reading, which is a strong predictor of better school outcomes. When a child has a bookshelf in their home, their environment is one of curiosity, learning, and self-motivation. For these reasons, University Christian Church purchased, built, and presented each of the 88 fifth grade students at Alice Contreras Elementary School with a personalized bookshelf and a bag of books to recognize and honor the students' hard work in elementary school. University Christian Church also participates in Academy 4, helps with an outside food pantry, and volunteers to read one-on-ones with students in first and second grades at Alice Contreras. Thank you to University Christian Church for sharing, caring, and working to be a meaningful part of our community. So you see some of the pictures, they have their names, so those bookshelves will be taken home to their kids at Alice Contreras, and it's very fascinating to see the work of the people at church, some of the students, of our ISD students, helping to build those bookshelves for our neighbors on the south. So thank you so much to University Christian Church for their donation and their hard work to put this together.
Trustee Dar.
Yes, thank you to, a couple weeks ago, I had the opportunity to be on campuses, and that, that brings me great joy. So I appreciated a tour from Mr. Parham at Woodway Elementary School. I continued my literacy tour, lots of great things happening related to literacy there. I got to see the new construction at Wedgwood Middle School, so thank you, Mr. Johnson, for that. I enjoyed some tacos, compliments of the South Hills High School Student Council in honor of teachers and Teacher Appreciation Week, and got to visit with some teachers. And then I also thoroughly enjoyed 2 presentations, Alice by Heart at Pascal High School and Shrek at Southwest High School. I encourage you to get into these schools. There is great stuff happening. It will bring you joy too. But also, as we close another school year, just a big thank you to all the teachers, the staff, the students, the parents, the grandparents, the caregivers, the community members, the volunteers, the churches, the businesses, all the people doing all the things. Because there is no more important work than educating children and youth. So may you find rest and relaxation this summer, and thank you for a great year.
Any other comments, or Dr. Mueller, anything? All right. The time is 11:06 p.m. The date is Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076.
Great. Let me see.
Hi, my name is Michaela Williams.
Hi, my name is Carol Shores.
I'm Raven Minter.
Hey, I'm Emily Allen.
My name is Chloe Marshall. I'm Sarah Herrera. My name is Denise Carpenter.
I'm Casey Dobbins.
Hi, I'm Lorena Escalante.
Hey, I'm Angelica Navarro.
Well, first of all, congratulations on being a finalist. That's awesome.
Thanks, thank you. I didn't think it was going to be a thing.
I was in shock, so I don't remember most of the things they told me.
It's a real honor to be here. What makes me a finalist is that Mama just loves her job. I have what I feel like is just a fire inside me.
I'm here because I love my students.
I wake up every morning excited to go to work, excited to see what new adventure awaits.
I love that kid who walks in thinking I can't do it and then walks out going, I can't believe I did it.
I am just very passionate about what I teach.
One of my favorite things to do is to teach, especially when it's talking about chest voice, mixed voice, head voice, falsetto.
I have a lot of fun. I don't think I could see myself doing anything else. I don't really know what I'm gonna get every day. Every day is a surprise observation, plus a tornado drill, plus I got a new student. All in one day, it happens.
I have a few students that say, Ms. Dobbins, you're always smiling at me, but I don't think you know my name. And I'm like, it's true. I don't know your name, but I'm gonna smile at you no matter what.
One thing that I love about teaching is I have my why. My why is I'm planting seeds. Each day I tell my kids, take another step and you'll get where you want to be.
I try to come up with different approaches so that it feels like it's a little different every day.
I've been teaching for 5 years. People say year 4 and 5 are the years where people decide. I called my parents saying, oh my God, what have I done? Some magic happened. My parents gave me my own laminator and I spent a good chunk of my break learning the curriculum, laminating things. It made all the difference. As a teacher, you change, you adjust to your new classroom every year. I know I've had a victory in the classroom when I see my students going to teach their classmates the things that I've tried to teach them.
Once your students succeed and you see the pride and the smiles on their faces, it's so rewarding and it's all worth it.
A win for me in the classroom is that at least I got to hear everybody's voices.
Like, I would never want a student to go through the day and not speak. Like, I have a son, I would never want him to do that. And so just like making sure that everyone's involved.
It really irks me when people don't give students a chance just because of where they come from. Let's change that mindset. And I don't want people to judge it until they meet our kids.
I know that they don't always get all of the best opportunities. And that's why I say that I was made for Diamond Hill. Diamond Hill was made for me.
Hey, I'm a teacher, but hey, I'm fun and we can do yoga, we can do mindfulness, we can sing songs, we can learn Spanish.
Whenever we do part ways, it's going to be very sad. I'm really going to feel like a piece of my heart is missing.
Each day, my students inspire me to be a better person.
I'm very shy, very introverted. You ready, guys? In the classroom, I am loud. I am not shy at all. I turned that place into a Harry Potter world.
The students are very honest. They will tell you when you've had a victory or a failure.
Everything I do is about literacy as an English teacher.
I'm the foundation. Letters and sounds and the phonemic awareness, all of that is so important.
And I told them, well, don't worry, you're going to love reading.
To strengthen our students' literacy, I like to start the year by trying to foster a love of reading.
We take all parts of literacy, from the writing, the reading, and the researching, but we're always dancing. There's never a day that we don't dance.
It's their confidence, all of it. Math, literacy, it's all confidence. Once the kids realize they can do it, they're gonna want to keep doing it.
Music literacy is very important. Without the students knowing what's on the page, they have no idea of what the actual music is actually saying.
How else are they gonna be able to interact with the world around them and apply math to their everyday life if they don't have that practice starting as soon as possible? My students think I'm great because I bring the energy of a child.
My students think that I'm great because I'm fun, I'm engaging,
and I care more about their scores. I mean, I'm sorry, can you take that? I care more about them than their scores. That's what I meant.
Yeah, okay. So my students think I'm great because I can do this.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins and the change happens.
And literacy lives.
And math matters.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins, and I'm proof of it.
I'm a product of Fort Worth ISD.
And I'm thriving.
All the way Fort Worth ISD. I think I am the best, so. I did start here, the best begins in Fort Worth. When scholars walk out of my classroom, it's not the end of their journey, it's just the beginning.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
Yes, it has a rhythm to it.
Is there any kind of movement you can put to that?
Of course I can.
Fort Worth ISD, where the best begins.
You're not short of confidence, are you?
Oh, no.
I'm gifted and I have what's called a whistle.
Okay, do you use that for fun or effectiveness in your classroom?
Yes, it's a teaching tool.
That's great. Let me see.
Hi, my name is Michaela Williams.
Hi, my name is Carol Shores.
I'm Raven Mentor.
Yeah.
My name is Elizabeth Foreman White.
Hola, my name is Diana Garcia Allen.
Hi, I'm Benitria Jackson.
I'm Paola Rodriguez.
Hey, I'm Jennifer Sanchez.
Hey, I'm Jessica Tackett.
First of all, congratulations.
Thank you.
Was this a surprise?
It was.
And I walked out and there were students everywhere.
No words. Dumbfounded. Like, what is happening now?
I knew that we would have visitors, didn't quite know who.
When I say no idea, I'm not kidding you. I had no idea that this was happening.
My secretary came running to my office and told me there was a big emergency in the gym. I was expecting like missing teeth or something. It was old school with balloons, so that was awesome.
Without further ado, we have our Principal of the Year finalists.
So for the title, you want the whole thing?
Hi, my name is Ricardo Alvarez Suscati.
My name is Dr. Shauna Barrett.
Hi, I'm Amy Krejci.
Hello, my name is Samantha Gonzalez.
Hi everyone, I'm Melissa Rincon.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Staten. I am a big deal at Moss Elementary because I bring the energy, the joy, and the love of learning every day.
I'm a big deal on my campus because of the staff who I serve.
Because I love my teachers and I love my students.
That's what makes me excited every day, is to get to connect to people who really need you.
It's all about relationships. I don't think you get very far without those.
Without trust, really, your campus isn't going to be successful.
I'm all in with the teachers. I'm all in the instructional work with the teachers. The best part of it is every day is a different day. You have no idea what you're going to encounter.
There's a lot going on. You're constantly on the move. You're trading one hat for the other.
You really have to be open to listening and asking a lot of questions. That's your job, right? Is to really figure out what's going on.
Parents want their kids to be supported and cared for, and they want them to grow, and we want the same things.
I empower students to work hard and play hard, and celebrate the victories, keeping the eyes on what matters the most.
I know what I'm doing is working when I got an 84 on my test.
You know, when students interact with me and they interact differently than they did the year before, I could tell that I'm making an impact.
So when they smile, when they enter the buildings, when they are having these joyful moments when they're learning, that is success.
The days that we get to spend with students and engage with teachers and in the classrooms, those are the days that make it all really worth it. If I come in with that energy with my kids and my staff, and like, we're living the dream, we're doing the things, let's just roll it up and go.
I know I'm making a difference, and I know I'm changing life. I'm making a positive impact every day.
Because I feel so often kids think they're a number, but to know that you see them and you see them every day, that really makes a difference in their lives. They're me. They're who I was when I was in middle school. It gives me great joy to be able to give and pour into these students what so many people along the way for me did.
Because there were so many that poured into me, I'm now able to pour it into somebody else.
And so when kids start learning and teachers start teaching at really high levels, then that excitement builds and you get this really great place to be every day. We started something this year at our school called Parent Learning Walks, where we have students lead their parents and visit classrooms and see what learning looks like.
Who all needs to read for any assignment in your class? That's all of us.
We tend to think that literacy is just happening in our English classrooms, but in fact it's happening everywhere.
At the end of the day, I'm there to support them, both students and staff, and I'm always there. My door is always open for them.
Authority doesn't have to be loud. Leadership doesn't have to be aggressive. There's a lot of love, compassion, and softness that comes with it.
I'm extremely relational, and so before you're a teacher or a student, you're a human.
Your family does have to make sacrifices for you to be able to serve in this capacity. And I told myself I wouldn't cry.
Do we have tissues in here? This was not supposed to happen. I was not supposed to be a repeat of this.
We are on the go, on the move. We get our steps in.
We run on coffee and Wi-Fi.
Diet Coke, Diet Coke, Diet Coke.
You need a Snickers.
Okay, and a big red.
Dark chocolate's how you get through the rough days.
I literally thrive on angry parents because if you're angry, that means that you care.
My superpower would be de-escalation, and I think I would win gold.
This job is like sometimes like being a ping pong ball. I mean, you just never know what's gonna happen to you.
You may have challenges, but you're unstoppable because you make the decision of who you're gonna be and how you're gonna show up every day that you walk through that front door.
My day starts with celebration. Celebration that I'm alive for that day, celebration I have another day to get to go in and affect students and teachers.
I think of the shirt that says, being a principal is like riding a bike, except for the bike is on fire, there's no wheels on the bike, or even a steering gear. It's kind of like that with being a principal. Everything is on fire, the whole thing.
We heard that last year too.
But it's great, let me tell you.
Super excited to be here, and it is my distinct honor to welcome each of you to our beautiful campus. It is both a joy and privilege to see you here on our campus today to celebrate something really, really wonderful.
On a count of 3. We're just excited for what our students are going to be able to experience in this renovated campus and with a lovely addition to it as well.
1, 2, and 3. We get to meet the children that we're serving, and we get to stand by them as we dream of a better district for them.
I cannot wait to see what the students at Riverside Middle School will accomplish in the spaces we are about to create. Thank you. Let's dig into the future because it starts right here, right now.
Welcome each of you to our beautiful campus to celebrate something so wonderful. Rosemont Middle School is a special place. It is our home, and it is irreplaceable in the hearts of our students, families, and many alumni.
We spend a lot of our time at school board meetings making tough decisions. But then we get to have days like today. We get to have days where we celebrate making the campus even a little better for our students.
Congratulations!
Rosemont Middle School is such a beautiful campus. It opened in the 1930s, and you can look at the architectural building here behind us, and then how we have taken one of our newer buildings, and now we're getting ready to make this into a beautiful single campus with the help of Huckabee and Reader Construction as well under our 2021 bond renovations.
Today, we're not just breaking ground. We are planting the seeds of possibilities for generations to come. It is a powerful moment to stand here at this heart of this school, knowing
In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:35 PM with the quorum present, recessed open session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 11:47 PM with the quorum present. We are now up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with board policy BBFA local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we've been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action agenda items. Are there any questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? Trustee Dar?
Yes, due to my due to my employment at ESC Region 11, I am abstaining from item 12M.
All right. Any others? Trustee Jackson?
Yes, President Martinez, I'd like to recuse from X, approve the interlocal agreement between Fort Worth Independent School District and the City of Fort Worth for mobile recreation summer day camp, as I will be providing some services that are free of charge.
All right, M and X, anyone else? All right. All right, do I have a motion accepting consent agenda minus 12M and 12X? Trustee Ryan, Trustee Jackson. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Eight zero, motion passes. Now we'll go back to consent agenda item 12M, approve agreement between ESC Region 11 and Fort Worth Independent School District for Texas Instructional Leadership Training and Executive Coaching. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second? Any discussion? Please move to voting. Cindy's voting is, okay. Seven for, one abstain, motion passes. Next item was 12X, the approved interlocal agreement between Fort Worth Independent School District and the City of Fort Worth for mobile recreation, summer day camp, and waive fees associated with operating the camp. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Brian, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion passes 7-4-1 abstain. All right, moving on to action items. We do not have B, C, D, or E, so we will move on to action item F, approve renewal of district-wide legal services. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dart, do I have a second? Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Eight zero, motion passes. Next item, G, approve the adoption and subsequent purchase of math instructional materials for the 2025-2026 school year. Do I have a motion? Ryan, do I have a second? Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Eight zero, motion passes. Next item's H, approve the Fort Worth ISD facility master plan. Do I have a motion? Jackson, do I have a second? Dr. Ryan. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Eight zero, motion passes. Next item, I, approve resolution to modify the list of projects to be financed from bonds authorized at the district's 2021 election to reflect the consolidation of ML Kirkpatrick Middle School at JP Elder Middle School and resolving other matters in connection therewith. Do I have a motion? Second, do I have a second? Trustee Rodriguez? Yes, Dr. Rodriguez. Any discussion? Please move to voting. Eight zero, motion passes. Next item is J, approve budgets and adjustments transferring funds from ML Kirkpatrick Middle School and bond interest to JP Elder Middle School to accommodate future program needs for the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Mr. Ryan, do I have a second? Dr. Rodriguez, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Next item is K, approve resolution to modify the list of projects to be financed from bonds authorized at the district's 2021 election to reflect the consolidation of Morningside Middle School at William James Middle School and resolving other matters in connection therewith. Do I have a motion? Jackson, do I have a second? Luevanos, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Next item, L, approve the budgets and adjustments transferring funds from Morningside Middle School and bond interest to William James Middle School to accommodate future program needs for the 2021 bond projects. Do I have a motion? Jackson, do I have a second? Dr. Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Next item is M, approve the budget amendment transferring funds from the construction projects and administration and interest funds to program contingency in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan and Trustee Luevanos. Any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. N, approve increase to previously approved architectural services, engineering services, and professional services amount for elementary school replacement number 2 at the Marjorie Walton site in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Trustee Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. O, approve authorization to enter into a contract for asbestos abatement services for elementary school replacement number 1 at Eastern Hill site in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Jackson, do I have a second? Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. P, approve change order number 1 for construction services to include the information technology scope of work at Forest Oak Middle School in conjunction with the 2021 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Jackson, do I have any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Q, approve renewal of food service management company contract for the 2025-2026 school year. Do I have a motion? Trustee Phillips, do I have a second? Dar, any discussion? Please move to, oh, sorry, Dr. Rodriguez, discussion?
Yes, if we could just, Dr. Molinar, if you can look into the food services because of some of the complaints received that I sent you about the variety and the same hamburgers, nachos, which
Yes,
are not
ma'am.
very nutritious.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Any others? All right, please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Item R, approve demolition services for the professional development service building located at 3150 McCart Avenue, Fort Worth, Texas 76110. Do I have a motion? Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Phillips. Any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. S, approve authorization to negotiate and enter into a lease agreement with New Heights High School for the use of a building located at 3908 McCart Avenue. Do I have a motion? Lobanos, do I have a second? Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. T, approve purchase and installation of rooftop units and energy management controls for Alice Contreras Elementary. Do I have a motion? Lobanos, do I have a second? Dr. Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. Item U, approve purchase of audio-visual displays and services for classrooms. Do I have a motion? Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Dar, any discussion? Please move to voting. 8-0, motion passes. We're now at item 4, election of Board of Education officers. Do I have a motion? Trustee, Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, I'd like to commend the board for changing board officers yearly since I've been elected to this board. And I think it's a good practice so everybody has a chance to lead and serve as an officer. And I would like to nominate Trustee Quentin Phillips for board president. He has shown exemplary leadership, gathering the whole board and in unison. And I think Trustee Phillips is deserving of being board president.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Do we go to?
Hearing no second, then the motion fails. There's no motion.
There is no motion. So do I have a alternative motion? Alternate motion. Trustee Dar?
I have a motion. I move to maintain the same slate of officers that we currently have for the sake of consistency for one more year, which would be President Roxanne Martinez, Vice President Joey Jackson, Second Vice President Michael Ryan, and Secretary Anela Webenos.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Dr. Rodriguez? Oh, yeah, your mic's still on. Please move to voting. Seven one, motion passes. The time is 12:01 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned.